that's in the gallery. I understand that we have a group of students from Long Bay, North Abaco, with us. Can you stand for us, please? Thank you very much. You are here at the right moment because you're a member of Parliament for North Abaco, has the floor. The chair now recognizes the honorable member for North Abaco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Exhuman Ragged Island must have been privy to a conversation I had with the students just earlier, about 5 minutes ago. When they came, of course, I was on my feet, and I wasn't able to engage them. But we had a moment ago just to speak to them. And I said to them, if you had come this morning, you'd have found me not so not so calm and well behaved. And so I said to them, I promise I'll behave myself so that I can be a good example for these students from Long Bay School on Forest Drive and Dundas Town. There are 15 of them, Mr. Speaker. They're led by, they're from grades 9 through 11, and they're led by Roblin Bailey and Basil Bean, who is chaperoning them. Mr. Speaker, before I come back to the matter at hand, I wish to take this opportunity to encourage these students and to say to them that me, a little boy from Dundas Town, could come to this august place and be appointed by the Prime Minister to lead his foreign policy on behalf of the people of the Bahamas from right there in Dundas Town in Block 30. And so it should say to you that nothing is impossible. Right. I like to say that you should seek to always put God first, have manners and respect, as my Grammy taught me. She said, you could be the smartest man in the world, but without manners and respect, you ain't going far. But she promised me that manners and respect will take you smiling. Your Grammy tell you that too? She promised me that manners and respect will carry you throughout the world. And work hard, listen to your students, listen to your teachers and your parents, and you too can do well in your future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I sat at the break, we were dealing with this, as we are dealing with this amendment, that's fine, to the Immigration Act, which seeks to address a work visa and a permit for family members, or spouses and children who will come with these professionals to the Bahamas. And we indicated that this lends toward a manifesto promise of this government to establish a tech hub in Grand Bahama. We see the opportunity of establishing a tech hub in Grand Bahama as something that is very pivotal to changing the economy of the Bahamas, because right now we are solely pushed by tourism and banking and other things that we do that are not so significant. But this government sees this as an opportunity to create and develop a new stream of economy, and those things that will come ancillary and spin off, which will give some of you young people. And I asked you pointedly, when I saw you just now, if any of you had any interest in working in the technology field, and I didn't get a sound response. But hopefully by the time I'm finished here today, if you're still here, we will get a better response, because technology is the way of the future. Unless the Bahamas improves the way we do technology, we will not be able to participate in the world in the future. And that's why you can go on Amazon and all of these search engines and order from your very bedroom and have things delivered. And we seek to invite companies and professionals into the Bahamas, into Grand Bahama in particular, to establish these companies and to help train you to participate in this frontier that is overtaking the world. And so we're looking to develop new streams of economy. We're looking to improve the way our economy in the Bahamas functions. And we're looking to establish Grand Bahama as that place that these companies who are now, due to the recent policy in the United States of America, unable to get these visas that they need at their level to work with in this industry that supports Google and Amazon and all of these other giants in the world. And we think we're solely positioned to do so. We believe that we are in a good space, that we have the infrastructure, that we're 30 minutes from the eastern seaboard of the United States, and we believe that we're going to be able to invite these people to come here and embrace what we're doing in this new administration to change the paradigm in the Bahamas so that you too can have a bright future. And so, Mr. Speaker, at present, as indicated by the minister responsible for immigration, at present the U.S. issues 85,000 H-1B work visas annually. And this cap is typically, that's trying my tongue, is normally exceeded in 4 days. It's typical to know that after 4 days, the 85 applicants that the U.S. makes available to these professionals is done. There are no more. And notwithstanding the limited availability of the H-1B visa in the U.S., some 199,000 applications were submitted in 2017. In 2016, there were 236,000 such applications submitted. So you see, and let's look at 2018. In 2018, Mr. Speaker, 179,660 applications were made, according to data published by a U.S. journal. And so, Mr. Speaker, we're looking at a deficit of nearly 50% of applicants who are unable to obtain this work visa in the United States. And that's what guided the committee's instruction or advice to the cabinet when they said that if we really want to make Grand Bahama a technology hub, as we've indicated, that this is an opportunity for us to engage these people who cannot receive these visas in the United States, and that they can work offshore the continental United States, right here in the Bahamas, in a place that we will call Silicon Beaches. You know, they have Silicon Valley in California, Silicon Hills in Texas, and we want to develop for your benefit and future. This is the Prime Minister's vision for you, part of it. We want to develop for your benefit and future a Silicon Beach, Silicon Beaches. You know, these young people who work in this industry, they tend to work outside in their flip-flops, walk around, because you don't have to go to the physical office when you work in the technology field. You can relax on a beach in Grand Bahama, bring your family in a safe and serene environment. We have one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful country in the world. One astronaut recognized in space that he has never seen a place more beautiful. And I think we recall that he was invited here by the Ministry of Tourism to really enjoy the Bahamas. So we seek to fill a deficit that has been provided through this policy in the United States of America. And this means that technology-based companies like Google and Microsoft and IBM and Infosys and Wipro, to name a few, are hard-pressed. It's difficult for them to find visas for the people that they need, the experts in technology that they need in this very competitive environment that we find today in the technology industry. And so as the majority of jobs utilizing the H-1B in the U.S. are IT-related, these are software developers that we're talking about. Software developers, computer analysts, and computer programmers, just to name a few. So, Mr. Speaker, it is anticipated that through this amendment, visa and permit holders will provide direct and indirect revenue injection into our now growing and newly developing stream of economy in the Bahamas. The committee believes and estimates, the committee that reported to us, estimates that some between 300 and 325 million, these are professionals that reported to us. This committee was comprised of private citizens and others, experts in the field. And they believe that our economy might improve between 300 and 325 million through this amendment that we seek to make here today. They believe that because of these people that we anticipate will come, there will be new opportunities in housing, and that means construction, in food, and that means more jobs, in entertainment, in transportation, investments in pension plans, and many other possibilities. And so we're taking their advice very seriously, because we need to find a new stream of income in our economy outside of tourism and banking. And so this, if realized, will result, and the Minister of Finance would like this, in some 24.4 million in VAT payments. This is what the committee believes. And so we are advised that there are presently over 13,000 lawyers who deal with these matters in the United States of America, as they are members of the American Immigration Lawyers Association. And these people, we're told, are actively looking as to how they can rectify this problem of finding good, reliable, professional technology experts to work for these large companies. And so we see this as an opportunity as well for our Bar Association and others to become involved with these lawyers and begin to cooperate and synergize their efforts toward making this thing a reality in the Bahamas. So what we intend to do is to go out and talk to these lawyers at the earliest opportunity and let them know what's available in the Bahamas, right offshore, where they can place these experts to be able to service these large corporations in the United States of America. And so we believe, Mr. Speaker, that this gives us an opportunity to educate them on the potential for the Bahamas to fill the void created by this new policy. And to this end, Mr. Speaker, that's what we believe, Angliston. That's what the experts tell us. We're not here on a frolic of our own. We're not here on a frolic of our own. We're not here on a frolic of our own, you know, as lawyers say. We're guided by expert advice. People who are professional in this industry. Local and international people. And you know, I want to use this opportunity to congratulate the Minister for Grand Bahama, because Kwesi Thompson, the Honorable Kwesi Thompson, has taken this vision and created in Grand Bahama an optimism that we have not seen in many, many years. If you have an opportunity to attend that annual conference that he holds, where he invites in these large technology groups and puts on a forum, and it's a beautiful thing. You know, you shouldn't despise small beginnings, you know. You shouldn't despise, but you have to begin somewhere. You have to begin somewhere. And we believe that this small beginning, on behalf of this administration, is going to blossom and bloom into something great for Bahamians in the future. And it's not going to happen overnight, but it's going to take hard work and perseverance. And that's why I want to take this opportunity to congratulate, help me please, colleagues, to congratulate Kwesi Thompson for the work that he's doing in this regard. For the work that he's doing in this regard. A wonderful young minister serving Grand Bahama and doing his best. And you know, when I hear the chuckle, it amuses me sometimes to know that the side opposite who left Grand Bahama in such a deplorable state will laugh at our efforts. Will laugh at our efforts to try to do something in Grand Bahama. Will laugh at our efforts as they laughed at our efforts when we saved the Lucayan Strip in Grand Bahama. Laughed at our efforts and said that we were wasting money because they didn't understand that it was more than just the money for us. It was about giving a people in Grand Bahama hope that they too will survive, as we promised that we will do in Grand Bahama. Now I told you all I want to behave, you know.
Honorable member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Mangrove Key, South and Central Andres on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is most unfortunate that the member for North Abaco, my learned friend, would give the impression that we do not support developments in Grand Bahama, Freeport more directly. When we on this side voted for the Lucayan bill, so that Bahamians in Grand Bahama can see better days. So, and Mr. Speaker, it is most unfortunate. We want the members to please be careful. Don't go on a deep end to give a misleading kind of directive to people in Grand Bahama. We want the very best for Grand Bahama like they do. And we've shown that commitment over the years. So I think you should be very careful in making those kind of unfortunate commentary about how the Progressive Liberal Party feels about Grand Bahamians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Southern Central Andros has been in this place many years ahead of me, and I take his advice. But when I hear you sitting over there and chuckling, when we talk about revitalizing the economy of Grand Bahama, and as we say in the islands, and you know this, making sport, that disturbs me. That disturbs me.
He's good at that.
That disturbs me. Making sport, man. Huh? Making sport. Huh? And our efforts, our efforts are to do only one thing, as the Prime Minister says, at every opportunity. As the economy of Grand Bahama goes, so does the economy of the Bahamas.
Right.
We truly believe in this notion of not leaving anyone behind. And that's what we do with these initiatives. Bold initiatives, I know. Transformational initiatives. Hard to wrap your head around sometimes. Like spending 65 million. Pine Ridge is an F&M. Pine Ridge is an F&M. That's what Pine Ridge is. A card-carrying member of the F&M. And we leave no man behind in the F&M. Not. Now, the Prime Minister can't determine who wants to jump off. But I said before, you know. Huh? No, some sailors. I only got a couple minutes left here now. No, some sailors is be in the boat with life vests on. Some sailors is be in the boat with life vests on. Don't trust the captain. And so they always got on life vests. But I tell them before, you know, first banana to leave the bunch, always the first one to get skinned. Trust me with that. Trust me with that. Trust me with that. Are you all do as I say do? Right? And so, Mr. Speaker, our geographical position, just minutes away from the eastern seaboard of the United States, along with our common law regime, which is also in the United States. Our infrastructure that is ready to receive these developments, our tax efficient and tax neutral jurisdiction. These are some of the things that we believe will encourage people to come. There's a movie that I love to watch. It's called The Field of Dreams. You know, Mr. Speaker, our currency is on par with the US dollar. We have favorable diplomatic relations with a large number of countries. And in the Field of Dreams, you know what they said? You know what the undertone was? This guy had a dream that he could create somewhere out in the desert, in the countryside, a baseball field. And people thought he was crazy because they could not see his vision. Sometimes I believe people think Kalani is crazy, cannot see his vision, cannot see the vision of this government to inspire confidence in our economy, to make room for you young people. A straight face. No, I believe in him. I believe in the dream. That's why I in the boat. And I got on no life vest. Huh? But too many of us walk by sight and not by faith. Too many of us walk by what we see and not by what we really believe. I believe in the vision. of a better Bahamas. I believe in the vision of a diversified economy in the Bahamas. I believe in the vision of a future for these young people in the Bahamas. And that's why we're going to send them to be TVI free. And that's why in September coming, they're going to go to UB, the University of the Bahamas, free. I'm speaking to you all now, get good grades. And that's why we're going to give you a stipend when you come from the island like me of $500 to help you live in the city. Per month. That's bold initiative. That's believing in the dream of you and the Bahamas and the Bahamian people. That's what that is. And so in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we anticipate that this bill will go a long way in building the critical mass that we need to do in Grand Bahama, which will normally take 12 to 15 months, 12 to 15 years. And so, Mr. Speaker, we believe that this BH-1B work visa regime will bring us closer to transforming Grand Bahama's economy, which is an imperative to the transformation of the Bahamian economy. And with that, Mr. Speaker, just before North Abaco rests and seconds this bill, we wish on behalf of the member for South and Central Abaco and myself to extend condolences to Jimmy Grain's family, who is yet lost at sea. The last time I spoke with the police there in Sandy Point, they said that they were looking, still, the search was still current. I don't know where it is at the moment. But Jimmy Grain is the godfather of my wife. And Jimmy Grain was a fine member of the Abaco community. He was a pillar of strength because he organized sports for young people. And I happened to be under his tutelage because I played for Dundastown. But even though he coached the Sandy Point team, he would always encourage us young people. And so our prayers are with his family. And with that, Mr. Speaker, North Abaco seconds this amendment to the Immigration Act, and I thank you, sir.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. Immigration Amendment Bill 2019. As many? Chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With pleasure, I rise on behalf of the fearless people of Exuma and the long-suffering people of Ragged Island. I traveled in today, Mr. Speaker, from my beloved constituency, having attended the ecumenical service of the opening of the 66th National Family Island Regatta under the theme, Sloop Sailing Our National Sport. We trust that for the 67th regatta next year, Mr. Speaker, this will not just be a fanciful theme, but that by then we will make it official. Sailing, in my view, Mr. Speaker, must be the national sport of the Bahamas. We have excelled among the world for so long in this sport, and so much of the world acknowledges our excellence in this sport. It is time we ourselves tell our story and tout our glory. After all, it was sailing that we won our first Olympic medal. And it was sailing that we won our first Olympic gold medal. On every island in the Commonwealth, we sail. We should have a national sport that reflects who we are as a nation, a people who live much of our lives loving the sea. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, from this day forward, this will be a key plank in my mission in this place. And I give notice, Mr. Speaker, that I intend to sponsor a private member's bill to make sailing the national sport of the Bahamas. And if for whatever reason it does not pass, I assure the people of Exuma and Ragged Island and the sailing community across the Bahamas that if this administration does not take sound advice in making it so, that it will be done when the PLP returns to office. As it relates to the matter at hand today, Mr. Speaker, I should let it be known at the outset that the Progressive Liberal Party does not support these amendments to the Immigration Act.
Never. Never.
What is clear is that this seeks to further advance the misguided agenda of this administration in its failed commercial enterprises bill, which all in this chamber would recall we also opposed in 2017. The government touted that bill as something revolutionary that would transform business in the Bahamas and indeed immigration itself. It has done none of that. And now this government meanders, wasting more precious legislative time in an effort to double down on the mistakes of the Commercial Enterprises Act with these new amendments. Mr. Speaker, before I continue to dissect these amendments that's being proposed today, let me reflect for a minute on the remarks of the previous speaker, the member for North Abaco. Mr. Speaker, he sought to paint a rosy picture where all is grand and the people across our country are happy.
La, la, la.
He spoke of a grand Bahama that's prosperous and prospering, Mr. Speaker. He spoke of people
The chair recognizes the honorable member for North Abaco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where the member was when I spoke, but he should not put words in my mouth. I spoke of the efforts of this government to revitalize the economy and transform the economy of Grand Bahama, and by extension, the economy of the Bahamas. I said nothing about the economy of Grand Bahama prospering. Not at the moment, but it will prosper soon.
Mr. Speaker, no amount of eloquent rally rhetoric is going to appease and soothe the wounds of the hurting Bahamian families across our country, Mr. Speaker.
It's the real world, not the Hollywood in here.
And Mr. Speaker, the member, my friend, veered off in uncharted territory, quoting some statistics that ought to have been dealt with during the mid-year debate. And he sat there and he was complicit, Mr. Speaker, when his colleagues chose not to debate the mid-year budget. He sat there, complicit, in stifling the debate
Democracy.
surrounding these numbers.
Democracy.
And now he talks about how wonderful this economy is doing and how wonderful it's growing, and he cites these growth statistics. But he neglected to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that in 2008 and 2009, there was a global recession that caused declines in growth, not just in the Bahamas, but in the U.S. and other countries around the world. I forgive him. I forgive him, Mr. Speaker,
Wait, now hold on now, ready?
because someone handed him some numbers, but they didn't give him the whole story. They didn't tell North Abaco that a part of the reason why Abaco is booming is because in 2005, it was the Christie Davis administration that signed the Baker's Bay deal, which invested 500 to 700,000 in the island of Grand Bahama, in Abaco. I know you wished it was Grand Bahama. I forgive him, Mr. Speaker, because they handed him some numbers, but they didn't tell him the whole story.
Give him those numbers, sir.
They didn't tell him that the growth in 2018 was primarily as a result of the buoyant U.S. economy and, Mr. Speaker, the success of that fake resort on Cable Beach that we call Bahama.
Sounding good, man.
So when he chose to have a mid-year budget debate,
Yes, within the debate.
after the minister, my friend from East Grand Bahama, stifles that debate, I invite him
Honorable member
to tell the
Honorable
people the
member.
whole story.
for Exuma, the member for East Grand Bahama. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the member made a very serious allegation just now, and I'm going to ask it to be withdrawn because this member
Honorable members,
has not stifled any debate, and the member cannot stand in this place and honestly say that the member for East Grand Bahama has stifled any debate. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that a debate on midterm performance report is not necessary. It is a report. We had a conversation, we had a debate on the fiscal strategy report. It's not the first time. And it is not the first time. And we just had a debate on the fiscal strategy report when that side had an opportunity to say whatever they wanted to say, Mr. Speaker. They have the opportunity to address the Bahamian people however and whenever they want, Mr. Speaker. But the member cannot stand there on his feet and say in this House that the member for East Grand Bahama has stifled any debate. It is untrue, it is scurrilous, and I invite him to withdraw it.
Speaker,
honorable member for Exumas,
Mr. Speaker,
honorable member for Exumas and Ragged Island. The member for East Grand Bahama is denying that he stifled
Mr. Speaker,
the debate. Are you able to substantiate it?
Speaker, let me do so.
That's our opinion.
I know, Mr. Speaker, that the member for East Grand Bahama believes in collective responsibility. The cabinet, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member,
did not. I will not withdraw it, Mr. Speaker. It is my opinion. It is my opinion, and it is my view. It is my opinion and my view. Mr. Speaker, if he wishes, I will withdraw in its current form, Mr. Speaker.
you will withdraw.
I will withdraw that he stifled the debate, Mr. Speaker.
But the F&M government did.
And I will say, Mr. Speaker, in my view,
F&M government
it is my view
And you're entitled to that.
that the cabinet of the Bahamas on the government side, of which East Grand Bahama is a part,
Yes.
and I know he believes in collective responsibility, did not allow a mid-year budget debate.
That's right.
They did not allow one. And that is the fact, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member,
It's a fact.
honorable
Why
member,
are you standing? And why is he standing? It's a fact. Mr.
honorable
Speaker.
members,
It's a fact.
honorable members. The member for North Abaco is on a point of order.
As members of this honorable place, we ought to be responsible. We ought to be responsible.
That's the real word, you know.
And for the member to stand there and impugn the cabinet of the Bahamas as doing something illegal or irregular, it is wrong. It is wrong, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the cabinet of the Bahamas followed the law of the Bahamas. That's what we did. We followed the law of the Bahamas. The minister responsible laid the proper report, and the law permitted or allowed what went on. And he knows it.
Mr. Speaker.
And so to stand there on his rally podium,
Mr. Speaker.
and just throw stuff into the air, it's quite unfortunate.
Mr. Speaker.
It's quite unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. It's quite unfortunate.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important that we make sure that we understand what we're talking about. Because these children are here, and they ought to go at least with a clear understanding of what is happening here.
You better qualify.
Mr. Speaker, the legislation that covers the requirement for a mid-year performance report is the Financial Administration Noted Act 2010. And it states very clearly that the Minister of Finance must lay a mid-year report. It does not say, Mr. Speaker, that there must be a debate on it. The only time that, Mr. Speaker, I'm still on my point. Mr. Speaker, the only time that a debate is required is if there is a borrowing resolution or some other form of resolution, Mr. Speaker. And there's no such resolution. There was no need for a debate. It was, in fact, laid as required by the law. Again, Mr. Speaker, I refer them to the Financial Administration Noted Act, 2010. I also refer them to the fiscal responsibility legislation, which also points out some responsibilities and legal obligations of the Minister of Finance. And so, again, you can't come in here and say what you think in this instance. Because the fact, Mr. Speaker, the member can say that we should, in his opinion, he thinks we should have. He can say that. But he cannot say that this cabinet or this member has stifled or has somehow avoided a debate. That is not in the law. It's not required.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable members. Let me try to bring this particular issue to an end, because we keep revisiting this issue of the midterm budget. Honourable member, we keep revisiting this issue, and this issue was already ruled on by the chair with respect to a motion that was brought to this parliament. The reference, the ruling, it was the resolution, the motion was dismissed on the basis that the very reference to the act, that was the substance of the request for the parliament to reject what had happened previously in this place in terms of the laying of that document. The ruling was, on the floor at that time, honourable member, I'm saying we keep revisiting something that we've already dealt with. Honourable members.
Give it away and you'll squander it away. Give away from the
Of the Financial Administration Act, to which the member from East Grand Bahama has referred to. At each presentation of the halftime, but there was a debate ensued, whether there was borrowings or not. And there's always borrowings. We could point to where borrowings was. Right? Its own halftime synopsis points to where borrowings was necessary. But I'm just saying, it did not happen. And we take the view that because it didn't happen, because they did not want it to happen, and we take the view that they stifled that debate. That's it, Mr. Speaker.
On the point of order, the chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama.
Because, again, Mr. Speaker, these children are here and they ought to know. They ought to understand what is happening here. The member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador suggests that there was, in fact, borrowing. The fact of the matter is, the mid-year performance report is just that. It is a health check, Mr. Speaker. And the borrowings that have been done during the year have been debated and approved when we did the annual budget in May of last year. That's what you do, Mr. Speaker. All the borrowings are approved. There was no resolution for new borrowings or for any other new initiative. And so there was no need, no basis, in fact, for a debate. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing to debate.
Mr. Speaker, I am not sure. I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, how this has become a question of the Financial Administration Act, etc., Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I made, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, honorable member for Angleston,
I made, Mr. Speaker, point in fact.
your deputy is on the floor.
And one of my friends on the other side stood up and said it was a fact that there was not a mid-year budget debate. I'm not sure why we prolonged the point. There wasn't a debate. If the government wanted a debate, the government could have had a debate.
Thank you.
Right?
He's a smart fella, man.
The cabinet and the government chose not to have a debate. So I'm not sure why members on the other side are so perturbed by me pointing out the facts of what has happened. I never discussed any previous ruling, Mr. Speaker. I only pointed out. I pointed out that the member for East Grand Bahama, my friend, I meant to say the member for North Abaco. The member for North Abaco chose to come here today.
Put it on him, please. Put it on him.
To speak about GDP growth rates.
Leave my member, please. Leave my member, please.
And all I'm suggesting to my friend, the member for North Abaco, is that when he tells a story, that he must tell the whole story. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Sanans, for protecting my time. I like the maturity that Sanans has displayed. Even in his presentation today, he acknowledged something that his predecessor did, even though his predecessor was a PLP. He acknowledged it. Sanans is on a roll today, Mr. Speaker. And I'm only asking my friend from North Abaco to do likewise.
Yes.
And remember 2005, Baker's Bay, 500 million, 700 million. Remember Bahama. Remember the buoyant growth in the U.S. And as he pats himself and his government on the back and talk about the past, remember that in 2012, unemployment was 14.7%. And as he pats his magnificent leader on the back and say how great he is, I ask him to tell the whole story and remember that it was this leader, his leader, who said in 2012 that the FNM left the economy of the Bahamas in a wheelchair. So I don't like to revisit the past. I like to talk about the future. But I ask my friend, the member for North Abaco, that when he descends in this rally talk, to be sure that he tells the whole story.
Yes. Good man. Yes.
The people of Grand Bahama
Such a member.
who are suffering would appreciate it. And now, Mr. Speaker,
Get to your point. Tell me.
and now, Mr. Speaker,
Yes. No, that because,
this government
no, that because listening.
has presented some amendments today. And I do understand what this government is intending. The goal, it appears, is to make this a tech visa, something that seems could easily be covered under a work permit. So I'm suggesting that this is no silver bullet to attracting tech business to the Bahamas or Grand Bahama. But in any event, this visa, as I understand it, would apply to companies that wanted to bring in workers with a specific skill set who would earn over a specific salary threshold for a period, in this case, I believe 3 to 6 years. The spouses and dependents of the holders of the visas would be able to qualify for residency without the right to work for the period of the visa holder. Something again, Mr. Speaker, that can be done, in my view, right now. What appears to be happening with this, as was the case in the Commercial Enterprises Bill, is that there would be a special visa application process that would put the onus on the Department of Immigration to either approve it in a certain period of time, 14 days in this case, or the approval would be automatic. I feel as though I'm experiencing a slight case of deja vu. If the Commercial Enterprises Act is flawed, as we suggest and contend, how can anyone be asked to support something that deepens the impact of a flawed piece of legislation? Some in this place would recall why we did not support the Commercial Enterprises Bill when it was debated in this place 2 years ago. But allow me to refresh the memories of those who do not. Contrary to what the other side would want us to hear, the opposition is not opposed to forward-thinking legislation to grow our economy. We are not opposed to sensible immigration reforms. We told the government in November 2017 that in its current form, the bill did not do enough to protect particular industries in which Bahamians are already heavily invested and dependent from potential outside unfair competition. That remains true today. We told the government then that the Commercial Enterprises Bill was too loose in its stated immigration clauses. Though these amendments seek to limit the exemptions for the requirements for the work visa, they seem to be misguided. It's still all too broad. When it comes to 32A, Mr. Speaker, we believe the list of roles is much too broad. We understand in relation to directors of companies and senior executives of companies coming to the Bahamas for meetings. But then we delve into the terminology consultant. And that, of course, could be anything or anyone. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that this opens a can of worms for potential abuse. You can bring in anyone with a specific expertise of consultant, Mr. Speaker. It's still too wide open to be abused by unsuspecting foreign companies. I was happy to hear the member for St. Anne's say today, though, Mr. Speaker, he was really on a roll today. He conceded that 14 days is perhaps excessive. And I agree with him. Because in my mind, I contemplate a scenario where all of the executives and accountants and lawyers and consultants and analysts come to the Bahamas perhaps to have business meetings that might include conducting due diligence somewhere, instead of engaging the expertise of local accountants or firms of accountants. And I know the member for East Grand Bahama would bear me out on this. But whilst we want to be business friendly, it is important for the protection of our systems and the protection of Bahamians that we not make these amendments too broad as we are seeing here today. Also, Mr. Speaker, the Commercial Enterprises Bill, as it remains today, we opposed it because we thought, as we do now, that the investment threshold was too low. For instance, the threshold for business to qualify for commercial enterprise certificate, which allows them to have foreign employees start work without a work permit, and a work visa gives them 30 days to apply for a work permit, and then forces the immigration director to respond within 14 days, or the work permit is considered to be granted. The threshold is only $250,000. I said then, as I say today, that a small business of $250,000, perhaps not large enough to require such broad relaxation in immigration policy. I said then, as I do today, that I doubt a company that size will create that many jobs for foreigners, much less Bahamians, who can perhaps apprentice in some of these niche areas. It has not yet, Mr. Speaker, it has not yet created many jobs. Not many foreign jobs, much less Bahamian jobs, Mr. Speaker. We said then, as we say now, that we believe the threshold perhaps should be $1 million. Our view has not changed. We voted against the bill before because it did not specifically outline how it intended to get Bahamians trained and involved in the niche industries in its schedules. It still does not. It does not today, and our position has not changed. We said that we wanted to ensure that Bahamians get trained and involved in the workplace in these industries. The bill, the act didn't do it then, does not do it today. We voted against the bill then because it overhauled immigration policy in this respect for a select few, while ignoring the need for the overhaul of broader immigration policies. That remains true today, as this government cannot seem to figure out if the bill that was drafted and released with the intention of overhauling our immigration system is actually out for public consultation or not. It seems that the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing, Mr. Speaker. And yet this administration come today to make ad hoc amendments. We said then that the default position on granting work permits built into the Commercial Enterprises Bill was viewed by us as a potentially dangerous measure, as we believe it could have a lack of upfront due diligence. That remains true today. And the concern is heightened, not lessened, by this new fancy renaming of a work permit to be called the BH-1B visa. We opposed the Commercial Enterprises Bill because it allowed some to circumvent the tortuous business license process while leaving the majority of business owners at its mercy. That remains true today. We believe that rather than making it a policy to improve efficiency in the Department of Immigration, the Commercial Enterprises Bill created a default for inefficiency. As I said then, We believe that efficiency is not a question of legislation. We believe that it's a question of management. We believed it then, and we believe so today. We believe that overall there was a serious question as to whether this bill would have the intended results unless there were dramatic and radical improvements in the ease of doing business across the system. Not ticking the box here and there. A reality where Bahamian business people feel that it's easier, experience that it's easier. Every day they show up to do business in our beloved Bahamas. Those improvements, in my view, have not happened. And the Commercial Enterprises Bill, in my view, did not achieve the intended results. Now let's talk with Grand Bahama again. A company called GIBC Digital, touted by the Minister of State for Grand Bahama as a major victory for the Grand Bahama Tech Hub initiative, and presumably the Commercial Enterprises Act, has failed. That business, as evidence of its failure, has laid off almost all of its employees today. So what was the point? So what was the point? To just make another announcement? The last announcement this business made was that it had laid off 65% of its employees. To be seen to be doing something for Grand Bahama when there really wasn't much there. There was a grand announcement of GIBC's prowess for the tech hub. And then, Mr. Speaker, and then Yamakra, there was another one of these companies in Grand Bahama. They were making websites, I believe. And I have to check the pulse of that company as well. So, Mr. Speaker, what I am saying is that so far, we have not heard articulated a vision or strategy or roadmap for the tech hub in Grand Bahama. I have not heard it. So in my view, Mr. Speaker, the tech hub was a stillborn initiative. The Commercial Enterprises Bill, in my view, was a stillborn initiative. And this new fancy name visa, BH-1B work visa, that we are today debating, in my view, will likely be also a stillborn initiative. And you know, it's not necessarily because these are all bad ideas, you know, Mr. Speaker. They're not all bad ideas that should be tossed out stem and root. So I've heard some ideas by this administration that fit that bill, that should be tossed out from the very start. What I'm suggesting, Mr. Speaker, is that these initiatives are perhaps stillborn because this government appear to lack the capacity to execute the ideas. That's what I'm saying. So we ask today, why is this government not assessing the overall level of investment and promotions needed in Grand Bahama, along with the marketing that is needed to attract business to Grand Bahama? And I ask, Mr. Speaker, are we determining what agency in Grand Bahama is suitable with the wherewithal to drive the strategy and the growth that we hope these initiatives will build and bring? Mr. Speaker, is the Grand Bahama Port Authority still relevant? Is it still relevant as an appropriate vehicle to drive this push to attract business to Grand Bahama? And that's a question that I put to the 5 sitting members of Parliament for Grand Bahama. Maybe 4, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, for what I can see, we are seeking to create a new visa without a strategy to promote it. A new visa with no coherent vision to grow Grand Bahama. A new visa with no specific strategy or tactical roadmap to bring technology companies to this tech hub. Mr. Speaker, we understand what this government set out to do. But we don't believe that it's the silver bullet. We don't believe they'll execute it very well. And we do not believe that it's the answer for Grand Bahama. We don't believe there's a clear and coherent vision for Grand Bahama, or the wider Bahamas for that matter. We also don't believe the government has a coherent or unified position on immigration. But that remains to be seen. One day we see a bill for consultation, and whoop, it's gone, and then it's on again. Not too long after the Commercial Enterprises Bill was passed, by the way, this was raved as the savior to these niche industries, including the tech industry in Grand Bahama. But since then, there's been relative radio silence. Crickets, Mr. Speaker. The immigration minister, Mr. Speaker, I will leave that point for now, Mr. Speaker. I'll return to it some other time. But we believe, since he's been on such a roll today, Mr. Speaker, we believe then that the Commercial Enterprises Bill rolled out the red carpet for foreign small businesses and yet did very little to help Bahamian businesses that were clinging to their life. We believe it then, and we believe it today. We come in here week after week, spending much time, but not impacting the lives of Bahamians. I don't know who this government been talking to. I don't know who North Abaco has been talking to. But Bahamians across the country that I've been talking to are still crying about their light bills. It hasn't been effectively lowered. Bahamian families are still hurting all across our Bahamas, Mr. Speaker. And as we rave about how the economy is turning the corner, Mr. Speaker, the unemployment numbers are still up. As we rave, Mr. Speaker, I don't know who these members have been talking to, Mr. Speaker, but mothers have problems still feeding their children. The hospital is still under-resourced. Emergency patients at PMH still have extended waits. The capital budget has still been starved, Mr. Speaker. Pothole roads in Exuma is the order of the day, Mr. Speaker. And this is no doubt the case across our Bahama land. So as we pat ourselves on the back, Mr. Speaker, we must remember that real Bahamians are not feeling this economy that the rally rhetoric speaks about, Mr. Speaker. Yet you concern yourselves with the Commercial Enterprises Bill that has proven a failure. However, Mr. Speaker, we haven't really seen an effective response yet to the carnival dumping sewer.
Don't mention carnival.
Carnival dumping sewer. It's on the public record. It's on the public record. Sewer. Hundreds of thousands of gallons, Mr. Speaker, of sewer in our waters, Mr. Speaker. And yet we rave about this new port, more for the cruise lines in Grand Bahama, and more for the cruise lines in Saudi Lutra, even give them the water sports concessions, Mr. Speaker. More for the cruise lines, Mr. Speaker. So this government is clearly
Yes, you know,
bankrupt of ideas and more interested
there's a loophole.
in taking care of moneyed special interests, Mr. Speaker, than the people on the ground. More interest in special moneyed interests than the people on the ground who are suffering the most, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member for
Tell me how many businesses today.
Honorable member for Exuma. The member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini is on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the member of Parliament for Exuma seems to be on a roll. We all realize that he has a way with words, quite fancy in his delivery, but I think that what he is doing this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, is generalizing everything within our country and putting Bahamians to believe that this government has done nothing to impact the lives of our citizens. He very well knows that that is an untruth, and he has no statistics to back it up or anything. And if he has that statistics, he should provide it this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. If it is his view, he ought to say it is his opinion. It is not a fact.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to provide assistance to my friends from Grand Bahama, whether it's east or west, Mr. Speaker. If they make specific requests as to what they would wish me to speak to, I'll be happy to do so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the statistic I want, Mr. Speaker, is that someone on the other side should reveal to the Bahamian people how many businesses have been approved under the Commercial Enterprises
Honorable member.
Bill, Mr. Speaker.
How far are you from?
I'm very near, Mr. Speaker.
2 minutes.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. The statistic I want is to tell me what social relief been brought in the overheld community, Mr. Speaker. That's what I'd like to hear, Mr. Speaker. But we see no changes there either. No focused effort, no social uplift for the poor or the downtrodden that you claim to care for in the inner city. Where are we with the community programs to catch our young men and boys who have fallen out of the system? Where are we with the community programs? Where are we with the ease of doing business? Where are we with that $25 million that's been announced for small business? How many businesses have been funded under the new small business development construct, Mr. Speaker? The one that I support, Mr. Speaker. That's the statistic I want to hear. That's the statistic that I would like to hear. And maybe, whether it's east or west out of Grand Bahama, might wish to share those statistics with me. Did you increase access to capital? That's what we'd like to know. Mr. Speaker, as we talk about this imaginary tech hub, as I close, Mr. Speaker, you want to see, we want to see when the people of Ragged Island will get their green city, their imaginary green city. When you talk about these imaginary reliefs from this Commercial Enterprises Amendment, we don't support this legislation. As I conclude finally, Garden Hills, I want you to listen carefully. We do not support this legislation. We won't vote for it. And frankly, we find it a little insulting that this is what takes priority when so many Bahamians across our country are hurting. We urge this government to get serious in bringing real relief to the Bahamian people and real relief to struggling Bahamian families. Bahamians are not feeling this grandiose economy that North Abaco spoke about. They're not feeling this growth that's raved about in the rally talk. Bahamians are feeling left out. Yes, they're feeling disenfranchised, Mr. Speaker. And no amount of eloquent rally rhetoric will fix it. On behalf of Exuma and Ragged Island, Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the extra time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we wave goodbye to our students from Abaco. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the good people of Central Grand Bahama, I would like to offer my contribution. Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer my contribution to this matter before us, which is the Immigration Amendment Bill 2019. In advance of presenting my remarks on this subject, Mr. Speaker, I wish to convey my profound condolences to relatives and friends who recently lost loved ones. First of all, my first cousin, Ortnell Rip Hill, in Fezzik, who lost, he and his wife Stephanie, who lost their son, Ashiel Rashad Hill, 26 years old. He would have been the same age of my son, had my son been alive today. I also lost him 3 years ago. So I totally understand and I feel your pain. To the family of Herman Russell in Sweetingski, family of Medina Tenquest Darwell. Ms. Tenquest Darwell was the secretary of Mr. Nico Grant, my predecessor. Condolences to the family of Minister Dion and Emma Folks and family on the loss of our uncle, Mr. Brian Russell, and to my colleague, Mr. Carlton Bowleg, and his family who recently lost, Carlton recently lost his father. And when I visited with him in Abaco a few weeks ago, he talked about his father the entire trip. So obviously, that he sensed something was about to happen. Also to the family of Mr. Clarence Kemp, one of our faithful supporters, who will be buried this weekend, this Friday, in Western Grand Bahama. On a more happy note, I'd like to congratulate all of the Carifta teams who did such a stellar job in promoting the islands of the Bahamas during the Easter holiday. And finally, on a even happier note, I would like to also congratulate my other cousin, Buddy Hill, who set a new NBA record, the first to reach 600 three points in this first 3 seasons. So and Buddy is coming into his zone at a very good time. This is the year when the contract will be renewed, so we're looking for big and better things from young Buddy Hill. Yeah, Lakers could use him. Mr. Speaker, I understand that for many, the discussion of amending any of our immigration laws to allow people to have easier entry and access in the Bahamas is one that many Bahamians find frustrating and in some cases difficult to comprehend, given the economic status, especially in Grand Bahama. Mr. Speaker, after thoroughly reviewing the contents and context of the proposed amendment, I feel in order to better equip the Bahamian people, we must first remind the people of who we once were. Mr. Speaker, I remember quite recently sitting with a few of my constituents and reminiscing on the former glory days in Grand Bahama. We discussed how Borco, now Buckeye, Syntex, Bahamas Princess Country Club, Thousand Casino, the International Bazaar, Lucayan Beach Hotel and Casino, Port Lucaya, the Pub on the Mall, Ruby Swiss, Marcellus, and many other stables in Grand Bahama were so vibrant with activity. Persons in Grand Bahama were working 2 and 3 jobs. And we had persons from all over the world coming to Grand Bahama, hence the need for that song, if you can't find your friends in Nassau, they're in Freeport, or they're in jail. The banks were lending money left, right, and center. People were buying homes and cars, opening businesses, and this was the norm in Grand Bahama. But Mr. Speaker, there are 2 things that stood out most to me during my conversation. We began to talk about people that were instrumental in helping to build and maintain the economy, and of course, names like Sir Albert Miller, Mr. Edward St. George's, Jack Hayward, were among some of the names mentioned. And there were many other prominent men and women who all helped to steer the economy in Grand Bahama. However, ever so often a name mentioned that I was not familiar with. Hence I will raise the question, well, who was that individual? And they will respond, oh, he was the guy from California who came in and worked for many years, and he trained me to do such and such. Or there was this guy from England who helped this particular group of Bahamians learn the trade And when he left, they were able to take over. All the guys from Germany that trained the chefs in the kitchen, one of whom became head chef. Or the guy from Ireland that trained one of the first Bahamian underwater welder. And those types of stories went on and on. The other thing that stood out is the fact that what we call critical mass in Grand Bahama was a reality at that time. Grand Bahama had lots of people. Landlords did well with rentals to both local and those we refer to as expats. The food stores did well, and there was a trickle-down effect throughout the island because of a diverse workforce and a diverse resident. The sad thing about this, Mr. Speaker, is there's a large number of Grand Bahamians, especially younger Grand Bahamians, that find it hard to identify with this version of Grand Bahama because they were either too young at the time to truly understand the mechanics of Grand Bahama economy or too busy enjoying what the nation's second city was. I'm not saying that any of those persons were oblivious to the fact, Mr. Speaker, but so many feel like the wind was removed from the sail or the rug was pulled out from under that beautiful island. Why am I drawing attention to this, Mr. Speaker? Diversity is what made Grand Bahama grand. There was such a harmonious mix of local and foreigners, all working together, playing together, eating together, drinking together, and in so many cases, investing together. And because of this, Grand Bahama thrives. In my estimation, Mr. Speaker, this bill does not place Bahamians at a disadvantage, but to the contrary, it reopens the door to fast-track new economic opportunities and for persons with the technical resources and finances to look seriously at the Bahamas, especially Grand Bahama, as a place to work and invest. Most of the people that need this type of access are those looking seriously to open businesses here and need the expertise of their team to make the venture a successful one. Also, Bahamians looking to make their businesses stronger and more diverse in the local market and on the world stage, but need a certain level of expertise in order to achieve this. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to a young man the other day whose father worked with Gleneric back in the days when Borco was being built. His father at 16, at the time was 16 years old, he was interested in the electrical field. And of course, one of the primary things that Borco did was offer both local training as well as training abroad. His father was able to take advantage of both and move up the ranks and spend many successful years with Borco as a result. This is the type of model we anticipate as Grand Bahama resurges. We expect that new companies coming in and the existing companies that will now be able to experience new growth will implement training and advancement policies that will allow Bahamians to enter this market of new and exciting skill set and establish better annual income, at least $84,000, member from St. Anne's, and enhance their way of living. We expect that as more people occupy the island and the local merchants' buying power will increase, thus allowing them to lower prices, yet benefit from higher volumes of sale. This, Mr. Speaker, will have a positive effect, thus causing the cost of living in Grand Bahama to go down. Mr. Speaker, I say all of this because, with all due respect to this House and my colleagues, we can sit here and debate and amend every law in existence in our country. But until the common man understands how these changes affect him, we have not fully done our duties. I understand the fears and frustrations that our people express, and many of our people understand that we did not get here overnight, and we did not get out overnight either. But Mr. Speaker, our people need to understand and be reassured by this House that the amendments we place before them, in particular, this immigration amendment, Bill 2019, and the introduction of the BH-1B work visa and the BH-4S permit is not a matter of the government of the Bahamas recreating the wheel. All we are doing is outfitting the wheel with a better set of tires that will handle this new and much better terrain. And the member from St. Anne's alluded to that this morning. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're just making it better. We, as the government, remain committed to the advancement of the Bahamian people. And like I've said on many occasions, as elected officials, we are tasked with making tough decisions. But in doing so, we must also be prudent, knowing that the Bahamas we envision will not happen by chance, but by deliberate, continued effort to positively impact our country's future. Mr. Speaker, Grand Bahama that I'm alluding to was the perfect model for the topic we are debating today. As the economic success and the lifestyle experience in previous times took people from all walks of life to build and maintain a vibrant island, and by extension, a better Bahamas where Bahamians truly benefited. And as the saying goes, a thriving Grand Bahama equals a thriving Bahamas. Today, we seek to amend our Immigration Act to open the door for this to be reestablished expeditiously. I implore my government and colleagues, however, to ensure that the watchdogs are securely in place. Ensure that the Bahamian people can rest assured that everything humanly and electronically possible will be done to make certain that the Bahamian people are always given every possible opportunity to advance and to be made aware of possible opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I suggest the formation of an independent oversight committee whose responsibility will encompass, among other things, working closely with the Immigration and Labor Department in publishing and making available to the public information outlining various skill sets that have been approved via this program to make the Bahamian workforce aware of the voids that are being filled and giving them the opportunity to seek the necessary training opportunities to acquire the skills to fill these voids. This committee will also provide to the Ministry of Education and the University of the Bahamas suggested programs that can be implemented to better equip the local workforce, thus helping to close the gap. Mr. Speaker, we must admit that the job market has become a very diverse place, and there are skill sets now required that were non-existent just 10 years ago, if not less. We will not be able to level the playing field overnight, Mr. Speaker, but we can continue to implement measures to see that this happens in the not too distant future. Mr. Speaker, I believe wholeheartedly that in light of progress, we must be cautious and always remember that our primary responsibilities to the Bahamian public is to provide economic, social, and physical safety and security. In this quick and evolving world, the lines can become very vague, especially in this age of global information. Knowing this, we must calm the fears of the Bahamian people and reassure them that we are operating in their best interest. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that the approach Grand Bahama took years ago to sustain the economy of that island is relevant today. As lawmakers, it is incumbent on us to assist in creating the environment that permits the fluidity of knowledge transfer. That is what we are doing here today. Mr. Speaker, with just those short words, I stand here as the Member of Parliament for Central Grand Bahama to support this bill in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Angleston.
Thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the good people of Angleston, Speaker, whom I'm very proud and in fact privileged to represent, Speaker. They have proven time and time again that they are an independent grouping of voters who will scrutinize and give an analysis of what is happening in this country and will make decisions based on that, Mr. Speaker. And I feel very privileged. I want to begin, Mr. Speaker, by holding in my prayers, and I hope the prayers of the nation, the family of the late Perry Rowe Jr., who will be buried on Friday. We're reminded as a nation that this 15-year-old boy was stabbed to death on the 26th of March while still wearing his school uniform, having left the classes for that day. And Mr. Speaker, it is very distressing to see in our country the sustained levels of violence and rage that pervades the day-to-day living in our country. And we look at the images circulating on social media, and it's unbelievable what we are seeing every day in this country. It's almost as if the smallest of events can trigger the biggest explosions. And it makes you wonder what is the operative influences that are leading to this type of responses in many of our people. And Mr. Speaker, you know, I want to raise the issue of environmental concerns. I see the minister here, and I have communicated with him. I feel certain that he will respond, as a responsible minister will do, and as one, in particular, member of parliament who has a neighboring community with Engliston on the issue of environmental issues, because the conditions that people live in are very important to quality of life issues. I think the member is an environmentalist, and I think he has an appreciation for that. And as the member of parliament for Engliston, I'm obliged to advocate and to fight for the best possible conditions for the people of that community. And he's here, and the Prime Minister has also indicated his support, but I want to renew my request, and I will continue to do so. I'm doing it in very reserved fashion today because the minister is here, and I believe that he will hear me, to assist with the removal of derelict vehicles. They create hazards in communities. They harbor rodents. From a national security point of view, they get places to hide guns. And they overall bring down the standard of a community. And so I hope that the member will assist me in removing the derelict vehicles. I see this happening in other constituencies, and we don't want Engliston to be left out, because it is an important historic community, and it deserves as much attention as any other community. So the minister is here, and I trust that he will respond in a way in which will advance the cause of the people of Engliston, Speaker. Speaker, when we look at, we have the young people here today from the water polo team, and it tells us that it's so important to develop sports and culture, to inculcate a sense of our history and our education, to refine our national self-perception. And in this regard, I wish to congratulate the Carifta champions, track and field, swimming, water polo, the Special Olympics team on their outstanding accomplishments in the recent Carifta Games, and the Special Olympic team in the Olympics. And the water polo team was here today, and they did extremely well. And I don't think we went into the detail of it, so I want to share some detail about it. The under-19 male team won the bronze, and the team captain, Gabby Sastra, scored most goals for the under-19. The under-16 male team won the gold medal at the Carifta, with team captain Nicholas Wallace Whitfield being the team captain of that grouping and leading them to gold. The under-14 mixed team has one girl, Caitlin Williams, and that team was led by Dominic Demerit. And there was a total of 36 medals combined, led by the coach Laszlo Borbeli. And I'm told that J.D. Seymour won the best goalie. Caitlin Williams won best defender. And I'm advised that they played very difficult games against Trinidad and Tobago, and also the host country Barbados, and other matches against other Caribbean countries, and excelled. And so I want to recognize, from what I'm hearing from my reports, the senior members like Lauren Bain, Damian Gomez, Adrian Burrows, Kirdaz and Kuduro Major, Jacquet Gray, Gabby Sastry, and many more, Speaker. And some of these players played in both age groups, the under-19 and the under-16, like Alex Turnquest, Nick Wallace Whitfield, and Jelani Grant, Speaker. So I want to congratulate their attainment. They're outstanding athletes, and they've done extremely well, and we must give them our support. And in that regard, I want to reiterate what the member of Cat Island, Rumkey in San Salvador said, when he said we must bring more resources targeted at national sports development, Speaker. And it's clear that we have an abundance of talented, exceptional athletes. The examples are legion. The member for Central Grand Bahama just talked about Buddy Hield. And these are Bahamian athletes in basketball, in baseball, in football, in track and field, in tennis, in swimming, and on and on. And they have risen to the top in the world, Mr. Speaker. And so what we need, Mr. Speaker, is more than flowery words and lip service and an ad hoc involvement, but a genuine and sincere involvement, understanding that sports development is intricately tied to national development. Ask Ellen to give me a minute, please. Thank you. Appreciate it. Just give me a minute. I ain't gonna be long. Thank you. Speaker. Speaker, can you imagine, with the incredibly gifted young athletes, if we had a national program for sporting development in this country? Can you imagine where our nation would be today? A strategic, targeted national sports development program. I believe it would blow the mind of the world, Mr. Speaker. And this Carifta team, in all of their groupings, has made me very proud. Mr. Speaker, as the bill that before us today, which is the amendment to the Immigration Act, is a serious departure from the 1967 journey of the Bahamian people. In fact, it takes us back to policies of pre-1967, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, you know, it's amazing, Mr. Speaker, you know, we have members in this house. I hear the North Abaco. He talking about chastising people for giggling about their efforts of Grand Bahama. But there is this member who would not be who he is today were it not for 1967. Never forget where you come from. Never forget where you come from. Never forget where you come from, Speaker. 1967 is a pivotal moment in the history of our people. And we must teach our children so they will always know who they are and what the struggle was and what it took to get where they are. And nobody in this house will cause us as a people to forget the journey of our people. Never forget it, Mr. Speaker. Never forget, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a departure, Mr. Speaker, from the 1967 journey, Speaker. Man, I remember you was in South Beach trying to get a nomination for the PLP, you know. I done with Marathon. I was right there. Right there. Looking for the nomination for South Beach. Marathon. And now he's the biggest FNM in town, Speaker. Speaker, we will never forget the journey, Mr. Speaker. Never, Mr. Speaker. Never. We must teach our children. Part of the problem is we've not taught our children. We must make them understand the journey, the suffering, the struggle, the success, the triumph. We must teach our children. We must make them stand proud. We must not cause them to bow their heads, Speaker. So, Speaker, this bill, Speaker, it takes us back pre-1967. As stated previously, the Commercial Enterprises Act is an abandonment of the Bahamianization policy. You know, I remember hearing the former Prime Minister, Hubert Ingram, and he would not have brought a bill like this. I can tell you now, would not have. But I remember when recently he was speaking somewhere, and he was saying, talking about the first Minister of Education, who's someone I happen to know, Adiana. And he talked about how, before that, children couldn't advance beyond grade 6, basically. You only had a handful of high schools. Government High was the only public high school. Children could not advance themselves, Speaker, and that in 1967, that policy was reversed, and scholarships were given to every single school, every private school in this country. And what he said, what I didn't know, Hubert Ingram, he said that there was a policy that if you were accepted to any university in UE, accepted to the University of West Indies, whether you were on a scholarship or not, the Bahamas government would pay your school fees. And he said that the region was amazed at the advocacy, at the determination of the then PLP administration to ensure that the wrongs the retardation, the oppressive policies were immediately reversed. And it was done by significant investment. And the purpose of that was because it was to ensure that Bahamians began a new journey. Not that we could not advance, not that we couldn't be, but that we could. That we could be whatever we wanted to be. And that the whole purpose of state policy was to stimulate and to fuel human development, not bring policies but tell Bahamians. The member for St. Anne's told us in here today that I got to get to it, man, but I couldn't believe it. I made a note of it. I will get to it, Speaker. And so, Speaker, the Bahamianization policy was about empowerment, ownership of Bahamians of their economy, and it didn't get far enough. It has a long way to go, but we're seeing reversal right now, Mr. Speaker. More and more we are hearing about the lion's share got to go to the foreigners so we could get a little something out of it. And the wealthier the better, with Bahamians being expected to get the so-called trickle-down, Speaker. Trickle-down creates a better Bahamas. That's what the member said. Trickle-down creates a better Bahamas. I heard it in this house today. You should be listening when you sit here. Speaker, and I disagree. I disagree. I heard it today in this parliament, those exact words, Speaker. A better Bahamas is created when the Bahamian people have a greater control of and benefit from our national economy, Speaker. Yes, better control. We are not just a mass labor force, Speaker. Bahamians are gifted, powerful people. And we need and I need you to understand that more and more the population are fed up and frustrated by these types of policies, Mr. Speaker. I wonder what world, just like I said, it's like Hollywood, man. Y'all are hearing these performances about what's going to happen and who you're talking to and what it's going to mean. And out there, Bahamians are catching it. They're catching it. It's the real world out there. You see it in everything you do. In your heads of agreement with Disney. We saw it with Oban, which embarrassed the nation. You embarrassed this country with Oban, Speaker. In your laws and in your attempts at psychological manipulation, creating distractions so the Bahamian people will not focus on the diabolical policies you are executing. We saw it here today. We know you laid in here today. We know why you did it today. Because you don't want the Bahamian people to know what you're doing with our immigration policy. But the Bahamian people got to listen what you're doing with our immigration policy, Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we see it in the continuous kowtowing to the wealthy, the European and the American, the IMF and the IDB, Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and your disdain for the Bahamian people. You think we don't pick up on it? You think we don't pick up on it? Speaker? Well, you don't have to pick up on it.
Member, the member for East Grand Bahama is on a point of order.
Speaker, again, the member makes a very serious statement. She says the disdain for the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, that cannot stand and must be withdrawn.
Boy, listen, you ain't
It must be withdrawn, Mr. Speaker. The reality is we are all honorable people in this House. And we should be respected as such. We all are elected by the people, and we represent the people. And so I think it is an unfortunate comment, which I am sure she didn't mean in that way, and it should be withdrawn.
Honorable member, that word disdain,
Speaker,
it's rather
I
offensive.
don't want the member to patronize me because I'm not playing in here today. Do not patronize me. I know exactly what I said. And if you disagree, that's your problem.
No, honorable
That is my view.
Honorable
that
member.
these policies are showing disdain for the Bahamian. That's my view. It is my view.
Honorable member, you know the rules.
Yes,
With
I know the
respect
rules.
to offensive
Yes.
language,
Offensive?
offensive,
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'll say,
imputing improper motives.
Speaker, I'll say this. Your policies are so nice, so beautiful to the Bahamian people. And we're all so happy. Okay? We feel very happy at your policies. Is that okay, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable member, what?
No, Speaker, you say I cannot say the opposite, so I'll say the opposite.
Honorable member, what I'm saying to you, honorable member, is the word disdain is offensive. I would like for you to withdraw that word, or I will have to expunge it.
You expunge it, Speaker. That's my view. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I don't see
You
it,
are
Speaker.
refusing to
No,
withdraw
Speaker,
it.
I am saying to you, Speaker, that is my view. If I cannot come in here as a political figure, Speaker, if I cannot come into this Parliament as a political figure and express a viewpoint about this government that is negative, then there's a problem, Mr. Speaker. It's a problem. I did not speak to any individual member. I said the policies of this government.
No, you didn't say that, Honorable Member.
Who I said? Okay, the policy, let me rephrase it then. The policies of this government showed a disdain for the Bahamian people, in my opinion. Okay, good. In my opinion. That's what I said in the beginning, but that's okay. So, Mr. Speaker, you see, Mr. Speaker, I was saying, Speaker, that they're impressed with the Moody's and the IMF and the IDB and the stuff. We had them too, you know. They came to us too when we were government. But we understand their role and we understand our duty to the Bahamian people. This government, Mr. Speaker, was all over Washington, D.C., rubbing shoulders, impressed by talking about disaster relief. Remember that? All of a sudden now, disaster relief is so important in the Bahamas. Okay, they switch up on that one. Then all along, when you were in Washington, you knew the people of Ragged Island were surrounded by shambles. So I'm trying to figure out now, how do you in good conscience talk about this important issue and the meaning to our country and see that the people of Ragged Island are surrounded by shambles? So obviously, the people of Ragged Island do not impress you. IDB impress you, because they make you get the money. And you know what I found very interesting? When we had that debate on that drawdown facility, we raised it, no, it was the dormant accounts, I think it was. Dormant accounts, the monies would be used for disaster relief. We raised the point that if that's what you're going to use it for, it should not commingle in the consolidated fund. And you said, and you all disagreed. Now, yes, you disagreed in this Parliament. You disagreed. Now we're hearing that there's going to be a separate account. Now we're hearing a separate account.
The member for East Grand Bahama, are you on a point of order? Yes.
It's absolutely incorrect. You know, the member suggests that this side said that we did not agree with separating the funds. That is not true. What we said, though, is that the government of the Bahamas has a consolidated fund where all money for the government goes. All revenue, all money goes. And you can, yes, including the VAT money. Absolutely. And I'll give you accounting for it. You can go. And then that's a very interesting point, Mr. Speaker. We've gone through the process of providing a snapshot every quarter of where the money goes, where all of the revenue is collected, where it is spent. And I encourage Bahamian people to get that report rather than listening to people who have political motives. The information is available. But, Mr. Speaker, in respect to this particular issue, whatever monies that will accrue to the government as a result of funds from the dormant accounts will go to the consolidated fund, and they will be separated because it is necessary. The legislation makes it a requirement that these funds are in fact separated or designated. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to help him. I'm going to help you. Let me finish. Let me finish my point.
Honorable member, let him complete.
My point.
He's on a point. Honorable member, forget.
Mr. Speaker, you know, again, in their excitement, you need to listen. The funds are designated for a specific purpose. And I've said in here before, whether the funds are in the consolidated fund or whether they're separated, it's really an accounting issue. And that has nothing to do with where the physical cash is. The point is, and what they should be asking, the more relevant point is, are the funds available? That's the point. And we have said and we have committed that those funds are segregated, designated for a specific purpose, and the legislation says it can't be used for anything else. So it's a ridiculous point.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Everything is ridiculous to the member of East Grand Bahama. I wish we were all as smart as he was. But let me just say, I sat in this Parliament. Yeah, I know you wish. I know you wish. The Bahamian people wish we were all as smart as you, because we wondering where you going in that direction, if you going in this direction. You know, you got a view. I heard you saying the other day, that's why in the heads of agreement, we are ensuring that Bahamian, you just signed one, and it didn't do that. You just signed a heads agreement, you ain't protect Bahamians and that, but now you still on the TV saying something else. I say, what's going on here? I don't know about anyone else, I'm saying, what's going on here, Speaker?
Honorable,
And this might be a point of privilege. The point, Mr. Speaker, the member is on her feet to make a contribution on the bill. If she wants to get personal with this member, we can go there. We can go there, Mr. Speaker. It is not beneath me. But I want to encourage the member to stay on the point. Stay on the point. And educate the Bahamian people. She has a view. Present it.
Obama for his sage advice. Thank you so much. I will stay on the point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate this member, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, so this administration now, they're boasting because they get an A from the IMF. Okay? They happy. Despite the fact, though, unemployment is growing, suffering is on the increase, social service assistance is declining, people are having difficulty accessing help, people who are suffering having difficulty accessing social service assistance. The healthcare system is deteriorating. And you know, we just heard the other day, we can't afford an ambulance. Speaker, the member just gave me sage advice. Would he take his own advice, please? Take your own advice, member for East Grand Bahama. Thank you. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, but when I'm speaking, I could shout. But when you're sitting down, you shouldn't do it. Thank you, okay? Speaker, if you want to, I can take my seat. Okay, Speaker, you just told the other day, we don't have an ambulance, Speaker. We didn't have funds to buy an ambulance, Speaker. Right. And I have a recommendation, Mr. Speaker. No minister should travel in this government unless and use those funds to buy an ambulance. Because we saw the outcome of not having an ambulance. So you cannot be telling me you cannot find money to buy an ambulance. How much an ambulance cost? Anyone know? How much does an ambulance cost? How much? 60, 70,000. 5 ministers don't travel. Don't go to Europe. Don't go to Switzerland. And let's get an ambulance into the medical sector in this country, Speaker.
Member, the member for East Grand Bahama, on point of order.
I'm taking it
Speaker,
from
I believe that the Minister of Health, the member for Elizabeth, spoke to this issue. And it wasn't a matter of the ambulance not being present or being available. Sorry, that there wasn't an ambulance. The minister explained that all of the ambulances were out on calls, Mr. Speaker. That's what he said.
The member, I don't know, the member just want to get up now and talk, Speaker. The Minister of Health said to the Bahamian people, he said that we did not have sufficient ambulance and we did not have the resources to do it. And then the country heard it, you know. So I don't know what East Grand Bahama getting up there to say. We heard it, Speaker. So my recommendation is, in good conscience, do not go on these bunch of travels, bunch of trips. Stay home and dedicate those funds to buy an ambulance. That's my recommendation, Speaker.
How many ambulances are left?
Speaker, and then in that regard, I would like to know, Mr. Speaker, where is the travel expense report the Prime Minister promised this country? He criticized the former Prime Minister, Perry Christie. At one point, Perry Christie said, "What you want me to catch a jitney?" That's what he said, because he was so pronounced and persistent in his criticism of that Prime Minister. This Prime Minister said he was going to account to the Bahamian people for travel. 2 years, no accounting.
None.
2 years, and a gigantic delegation to London. I can't wait to see how much that was. And the day will come, we will see. The day will come, we will see, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that's my recommendation. And we will see the travel report. So, Mr. Speaker, life is becoming more and more difficult for Bahamians. And despite increasing taxes on the Bahamian people, they have failed to achieve revenue projections. What an incompetent crew. The height of incompetence. You burden the people more and you didn't even garner the revenue. The height of incompetence. Speaker? Yet you feel quite pleased. That's what I think the Minister of Finance used those words. He's quite pleased. And I just don't know why, Speaker. But Speaker, this government does not perceive us correctly. And sadly, it is seen in almost every act by this administration. Any country you go to has their immigration protocols. Any country you go to. We see it right here in Bahamas when you're going through the U.S., in the pre-clearance. We know because we travel, and we see what sovereign states do in protecting their borders, including those who come to unlawfully take economic advantage of the bounty of those states' economies. But somehow, we are being told we must sacrifice the true well-being and progressive prospects of our people so we can have some trickle-down result. Trickle-down result? I ain't no trickle-down. The Bahamian people deserve to have their hands on it, not trickle-down, Speaker. It tells how this government perceives themselves and the Bahamian people. Speaker, you know, there's a bill on the agenda of this Parliament, and this government has very wisely not proceeded with it, but I'm going to refer to it today because I want the Bahamian people to know. First, we had commercial enterprises. Now we have this amendment to the Immigration Act, and they have something else on the agenda. It's called the Grand Bahama Port Area Extension of Tax Exemptions Bill 2017. And Clause 5 of this draft, it actually anticipates the creation of a port area investment board.
Honorable member,
Yes?
we're not debating that.
No, we're not.
That is not before.
I'm not discussing it. I'm referring to what...
You're making reference to a clause in the bill that is not before the House, that is not on the floor.
It's laid in Parliament.
No, but we are not debating it today.
No problem, Speaker.
You cannot preempt. You cannot preempt.
Speaker, no problem, Speaker. This government, through anticipated legislation, is seeking to create a board in Grand Bahama that will actually be responsible for scrutinizing and approving investment in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. This takes us back to pre-1967. Yes. This government is inspired by pre-1967. You are inspired by them, and that is why today, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the Bahamian people to begin to watch this government. Keep your eyes on them, Mr. Speaker.
No, I don't know about that. No, he doesn't know about that. No, he doesn't know about that. No, I'm going to know about
Mr.
that.
Speaker, the bill before us today bolsters and supports the Commercial Enterprises Act. We did not support that bill, as the member for Exuma and Ragged Island told us. In fact, we abhor the provisions which take us back to pre-1967 policies, Mr. Speaker. Those provisions are a kick in the face to the Bahamianization policy, the foundation upon which a modern, free, proud, and prosperous nation was built. It was the Bahamianization policy which fueled our national self-confidence and allowed all of us in this House and hundreds of thousands of others to come of our own. It's why we have a buddy here, Mr. Speaker. We just heard about in this House. But this government is telling our people every day that we have to hand it all over so we can get a little something back, Mr. Speaker. The Commercial Enterprises Act was at the time described as a liberalization of our immigration policy. See, they're laughing. That means it's sad. They don't even appreciate the meaning of 1967 to our people. It's very sad, Mr. Speaker.
Wake up.
They want me to wake up, eh? Can you, Speaker, let me tell you, Speaker, this is a time for the Bahamian people to have their eyes wide open. Wide open, Speaker. We understand what's happening here. In fact, I was trying to get a copy of a bill, of a legislation called the Foreign Companies Act,
Honorable members.
which I believe has similar provisions to the Commercial Enterprises Act. I believe it might have been the subconscious inspiration for the Commercial Enterprises Act, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, the Commercial Enterprises Act was at the time described. Speaker, can you assist me?
Honorable members.
I appreciate it, Mr. Speaker. It's causing me to. I mean, it's not bothering me. I shout, and I'm trying. You know, I want to. I'll modify my voice. If they hold it down. Thank you. Thank you. The Commercial Enterprises Act was described at the time as liberalizing of our immigration policy. This is WTO language, Mr. Speaker. This is, and I said at the time of that debate that we were bringing this type of legislation when the world is going in the other direction. Brexit, the United States, they're having stronger, immigration policy, we are liberalizing our immigration policy, Mr. Speaker. So the world going this way, we going in another way, Mr. Speaker. And the world know why it's going in a particular direction, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I said at the time that we should be talking about how we will stimulate the genius of the Bahamian child, not who we could bring in from some. I said at the time, you know, that the next Google genius could come from over the hill, but we seem to believe that that's not a possibility, and we got to bring in these people, and that somehow it's going to incite something in the Bahamian people, and we'll become something, Mr. Speaker. I do not accept that, Mr. Speaker. This is a radical, the Commercial Enterprises Act is a radical policy shift from successive administrations who saw the value of protecting and promoting Bahamian labor and Bahamian professionals and securing opportunity for our people. A policy which favors them in their own homeland, as other progressive states do. But there is another more egregious aspect to why we are here. This bill speaks to certain groups of professionals being able to come up to 14 days at a time. It doesn't say twice a year, 3 times a year. So you can come 14 days, go for a week, come back for another 14 days. It's not an abuse. The law doesn't prohibit it, Mr. Speaker. But this affects, in particular, I'll say 3 categories, but there are others. Accountants, lawyers, and medical professionals. That's how it's described. And my inquiries have showed there was no consultation with the Bahamas Bar Association whatsoever. Now, I heard the member for North Abaco here talking about the American Bar Association. I don't care about them, please. I'm more interested in our own bar, yes, who have to make a living in this country. Because why have a financial services sector if we cannot get a piece of the pie? We already been in Europe, in Brussels, giving away this and that. We've changed hundreds of laws. I mean, not hundreds, scores. And we're going to come in again tomorrow to change the law again. So why we can't try holding to something for the Bahamian people? No. The Bahamas Bar Association has not been consulted. I am told that the Association of Accountants has not been consulted. I am told that the least and the doctors, the case of doctors, under the medical professionals rubric, they have not been consulted. Shame. So when the member for North Abaco say they take advice and they get professional advice, who's coming from? Who's coming from? We have our own professionals, you know, we can be professional too. We're pretty good at it. And so I would like to know what it is, who are these people that are advising our government to the extent that they cannot speak to our own professionals. What a disgrace, what an insult. And I hope they let you know. You changing a whole law. I heard you. The Bahamas Bar Association, which is the body of lawyers in this country, legal professionals, the body of doctors, medical professionals, and the body of accountants, I'm told. That's correct? Right? Yeah. The body of accountants. But yet you're saying now you're going to allow foreign accountants and doctors and lawyers to come in for 2 weeks at a time, and you haven't even had a conversation with this grouping. It is, I've never seen this. It's an absolute insult. And frankly, you should be ashamed of yourselves, Speaker. What we are doing here, Mr. Speaker, we are institutionalizing the marginalization of Bahamians. Instead of loosening laws, we should be tightening policies to guarantee Bahamians to succeed. We are a developing nation. This is America. We're developing. So let's help our people along. Speaker, these are creating structural changes. And in my view, the Commercial Enterprises Act provides for automatic work permits, whether or not Bahamians are available, and without process. And you know, I remember, I raised this last time, the Minister of Labor, he said about 1.5 years ago, and I can repeat this, but then the next day we've had the Commercial Enterprises Act. He said, no work permits will be given where Bahamians are qualified for a job. And then he said further, Prime Minister has directed that no foreigner should get a work permit where there are qualified Bahamians to fill that position. Where the qualified Bahamian and wherever a qualified Bahamian and an expat is applying, the Bahamian will get the job. The Minister's administration admitted to maximizing Bahamian employment where possible. He was on a radio show. And the next day you bring the Commercial Enterprises Act. That's why I'm confused. You say one thing, but your policies are unmistaken. What you're actually doing is unmistaken, Mr. Speaker, what this government is doing. You're using work permits as an incentive for investment, Speaker. And, you know, Speaker, the members, I think the member for St. Anne's told us that the financial services sector and the tourism sector are 80% and 15%, respectively, in terms of impact on our economy. But and that may be correct, but I think that in that case, there should be efforts toward a greater stake, to causing for a greater stake of Bahamians in that sector, not accepting the status quo that it's a foreign dominated area, and that we must therefore supplement and support it. I thought if this is how our economy is made up, that we should devise methodologies for Bahamians to become more greatly empowered, to get a piece of it in a more substantial and significant way. And Mr. Speaker, that before I see my time is running out, I understand that recently there have been a number of ads running for citizenship, and I know my constituent is listening because he was in my office yesterday, and I told him I'd raise it. He and many others are very concerned because every day in our newspaper, I am told there's 10, 20, 30 advertisements for citizenship. And at some point, we're going to have to understand what is happening in terms of creating new citizens in this country and the meaning of it and how it's being done, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it is my view that this legislation takes, if you allow me I still got time, so I don't need a request yet, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Speaker. This legislation takes us back to pre-1967. I want more and more of our young people to understand what the meaning of 1967 was. Frankly, you know, we should understand the journey of the Middle Passage. Middle Passage was a place, an era or a period of great trauma. And, you know, they're now doing research in genetics, and they're finding now correlations between that experience and genetic change. So while I see some members in here who probably forget where they come from laughing, I want to encourage Bahamians to understand our journey and to take a mature ingestion of that and move forward as a proud, healthy people, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is my view that we are giving this country away in this type of legislation. It is a sad era. This administration, this Minis-led, Simonet, Turnquest-led administration. The rest of them just mad because they're naming up in them echelons. See, Bamboo Town, Bamboo Town cutting his eye at me right now. Speaker, it's a sad era in the history of the Bahamian people. And I say this very seriously, Mr. Speaker. It is a betrayal of the blood, sweat, and tears signified by Burma Road, Black Tuesday, the victory of the Bahamian people on the 10th of January 1967, and the attainment of self-determination on 10th of July 1973, Mr. Speaker. We will not support it. We will not support it. And I encourage Bahamians everywhere, Mr. Speaker, to stand up and let this government know that we put a full stop to what they are doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Tall Pines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As usual, it's always a pleasure to stand in this House to represent and speak on behalf of the people of Tall Pines, and as I always say, Mr. Speaker, by extension, the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Speaker, listening to the Honourable Member for Angliston reminds me of a speech. It reminds me of a song that reminds me, I'm not getting personal, Mr. Speaker, it reminds me of a song when they keep referring to, it's 1999, a song by someone. But I wonder, Mr. Speaker, that if the good member for Angliston really wants the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to operate, to think, to survive, and to continue to be able to provide for the average Bahamian living and thinking and operating under the terms of 1967. Mr. Speaker, I respect 1967 and what was going on in 1967. And I know every single member in this honorable house would echo those words. But that's no excuse, Mr. Speaker, for this administration, this F&M administration, to not move on, create new ideas, and create policies that fit the Bahamas today, that fit the world today, to help Bahamians, to not necessarily forget 1967, but to build on from 1967. To build on from 1967. And this Immigration Amendment Bill, Mr. Speaker, 2019, actually does that. I'm always amazed, Mr. Speaker. I remember I graduated from high school in Exuma. I went to the College of the Bahamas in 1992, that amazing year. And I remember my professor at the College of the Bahamas, Mr. Felix Bethel. His classroom was right in the social science block, and you could look out the window and look across over the Baines and Grandstown. And Mr. Bethel asked us, because it was fresh, what you think caused the PLP to lose the election? And most people in that class said, because the PLP wants us, and I'm going to put it in paraphrases, the PLP still wants us to live in 1967 and 1992. And Bahamians really was looking for change.
Moving on.
Moving on. New methods, new ideas. But Mr. Speaker, I think the people in 1992 spoke to us very clearly. I think they spoke to us in 1997. I think they spoke to us in every election, and I think of all the people today, this opposition should be very cognizant of the fact that they spoke to us very loudly, clearly in 2017. And that's why there's 4 of them there, Mr. Speaker, and there's many of us here. And so, Mr. Speaker, I didn't intend to start off my speech like that, but this 1967 keeps coming up and coming up and coming up, Mr. Speaker. I would wish nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, to begin my presentation to just say that Tall Pines supports this amendment, or these amendments to the Immigration Act. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I want to really say to my people in Tall Pines and to come out to the Bahamas that I hope they enjoyed their Easter celebrations. The members in Tall Pines, we had an Easter basketball, Tall Pines Easter Explosion basketball tournament in Jubilee Gardens, where young people came and we had a great time. But I want them to understand that I stand here today looking for a brighter future for not only Tall Pines, but the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, every citizen. And I want them to know that as we, in this F&M government, move the men acts, the men statutes, that we do so always looking out for the best interests of the Bahamian people. We always try our best to do what's best to move families forward, to do our best to move communities forward. We do our best, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they know that we're not going to stand up or sit down with our heads under the sun, in a hole, believing it's 1967 and we live in 2019, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to be fooled by that idea, Mr. Speaker. We are moving forward for a positive Bahamas, and they need to wake up, Mr. Speaker, and smell the coffee.
Honorable
Speaker,
member, honorable member, the member for Angleston is on the point of order.
Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt the member.
Speaker,
because he already alluded to the point about 67, and I was going to leave it till afterwards, but because he's gone with more fervor now, I just wanted to clarify a point of my speech, which I think he misunderstood. 1967 is not about the event or the time or the fact that PLP won. It was about the pivotal movement between oppression and empowerment. And that is the context within which I refer to 1967. It was the beginning, and look where we are today. Look how they're sitting in this parliament. This would have never been imagined. That is the context. So I don't want the member to think I done PLP and F&M, because I'm not doing that. I'm talking about the journey of the Bahamian people. And the 67 I am speaking of not in terms of an electoral event, and the PLP or whatever, however it's being interpreted as some past event. I'm seeing it as, I'm speaking to it as a pivotal concrete moment that has put the Bahamian people on a particular path. And that path continues. So it cannot be irrelevant because the path continues, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you need not even rule on that. Mr. Speaker, I think the good member for Angleston very well knows that I understood exactly what she was saying. And I take it as she said it. The point I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that we appreciate that movement. We appreciate what happened in that period. And all I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, new times call for new measures. And we still, Mr. Speaker, if you look and you compare an F&M government and a regime to a PLP regime, Mr. Speaker, you cannot ever think that we are not always looking out for the betterment of our Bahamian people. You could never ever come to the conclusion that we have forgotten the spirit of 1967. All I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that we're building on that spirit. We are building on that spirit. We're building on that idea of empowering Bahamians. And she can't be upset, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, she can't be upset that we are more successful at making it happen for Bahamians. She can't be upset, Mr. Speaker, that we're more creative in making it happen for Bahamians. She can't be upset, Mr. Speaker, that we are moving this country forward day by day by day by day, Mr. Speaker. Teaching them to fish. Mr. Speaker, I sat for 30 minutes and I heard 1967, so I'm just trying to bring the 1967 perspective into my speech to make it relevant, like we're making the immigration policies of the Bahamas today relevant. Not everything's going to be perfect. We're not opening our borders to any and everybody to walk in and be free. And that's a suggestion that the PLP and the PLP opposition is trying to sell today. They're here today, Mr. Speaker, on a mission for everybody that listened to their speeches to think that the F&M government is opening the borders for everybody to come in to take Bahamian jobs. I don't know if they're not reading, Mr. Speaker, the Commercial Enterprise Act. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if they have not truly looked at the amendments in this bill. And if they haven't, Mr. Speaker, there's two other speakers. They should take a break now and go read it. They should take a break, Mr. Speaker, and understand what we're trying to do. Mr. Speaker, Bahamians are the smartest people on this God greater. The minute you speak or give the impression that Bahamians can read, and I'm talking about anyone in particular, the minute you give that, whenever, Mr. Speaker, you give the impression that Bahamians can think, but I'm speaking generally, Mr. Speaker. The minute you give the impression that Bahamians can't decipher that for themselves, what is good and what is bad for them, then you're seriously underestimating the Bahamian person that I am so proud to be a part of. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I know the average Grand Bahamian. I know the average Bahamian want to see new sectors, want to see new industry, want their children, as the member for Zanan spoke about, want their child to be able to go to McGill, to be able to go to York University, to be able to go to University of the West Indies, the Leeds University, wherever in the world, acquire new skills, to be able to come back to their country and to start businesses, either by themselves or with their colleagues and friends. They want to be able to benefit from new opportunities. And we throw around this term, Bahamianization. We throw it around loosely for political gain, Mr. Speaker. I always say, and me and the member of Angleston, we had this debate the other day, I understand what Bahamianization means. But Mr. Speaker, I believe the true sense of Bahamianization, is making sure that we, me as a Bahamian, you as a Bahamian, South Beach as a Bahamian, East Grand Bahama as a Bahamian, be able to survive, be able to prosper, and we make that opportunity available to them. And this particular bill that lends itself to the Commercial Enterprise Act, does just that. Mr. Speaker, I didn't intend to start off my speech like that, but I think I need to just really get people back in line, what we're trying to do here. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me get back to my script. Mr. Speaker, I wanna Pine Ridge is from Grand Bahama. North Abaco, I want you to know one thing. Pine Ridge wants Grand Bahama to succeed.
I hope you can take.
Pine Ridge wants Grand Bahama to succeed. Pine Ridge wants the Bahamas to succeed. That's why I know he's going to support this. Mr. Speaker, I want to give condolences. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
With all of y'all, you should be able to do
Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to give condolences to one of my constituents, a national lady of the highest honor, Lady Jacqueline Fox. Mr. Speaker, Lady Jacqueline, the wife of the late Sir Randall, Mr. Speaker.
Be ready for what I give it.
Lady Jacqueline Fox was the wife of Sir Randall Fox, who we know was
Be ready.
Fox, Mr. Speaker, who we know, talking about 1967, we know that he was a great part of history. And she's a member of the Tall Pines constituency, Mr. Speaker. I want to give our condolences to her and David and his family, who attends church with myself and the member for Cat Island and Rumkey. We want to give our condolences. Speaker, I also want to give Tall Pines condolences, and as my colleague said, my condolences to the late Carlton Bolek Sr., the father of the Member of Parliament for North Island and the Berry Islands, passed away on Good Friday, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Bolek Sr. Was the owner and operator of the Lisa J number 1, 2, and 3. Mr. Speaker, I remember as a young child, my family being put together and going on that boat to North Andrews every Christmas, every summer. And he would take care of what they used to call my grandmother's boatload of grandchildren. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, he was a beacon in the Musket Point, North Andrews community. He was the president of the Northern Star Bearer Society for over 50 years. And so we want to say to our brother, our member for North Andrews and the Berry Islands, that, and his whole family, that we share in their sadness. But we know that the contribution that he is making to North Andrews and the contribution that he's making to the Bahamas, that his father died proudly, knowing that he is making his contribution. And so, Mr. Speaker, while his father died on Palm Sunday, he had a new baby girl on Good Friday. Sorry, on Palm Sunday, the member received a new baby girl, and so I know that he's happy, and we wish him all the best. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate, who was here earlier, the new Commissioner of the Bahamas Department of Correction Services, Commissioner Charles Murphy. We know of his long service in the prison system or the correction system, and we want to encourage him to do well, Mr. Speaker, and to continue to look after our young men and women there and make sure that they come back in our society to be positive role models, to be positive citizens, so that they too, Mr. Speaker, could benefit from what we're trying to do in this House in creating new opportunities for every Bahamian. And now, Mr. Speaker, to this bill. This bill seeks, Mr. Speaker, to amend the Immigration Act of Chapter 191, to make provisions for the BH-B1 work visas and the BH-42 permit, and to provide for working visa exemptions. Mr. Speaker, these amendments are also made to facilitate the requirements of the Commercial Enterprise Act of 2017, which was passed in this honorable House of just a few months ago, Mr. Speaker. But Speaker, most members and even the general public really, they don't like to speak to immigration issues for the very reason that we had these heated debates early today. We don't like to speak with it about immigration issues privately, and we definitely don't like to speak about immigration issues on ZNS, parliamentary stations, or wherever. But the reality is that, as I mentioned earlier, we don't live in a stagnant world. And if this House has the move to create opportunities for Bahamians, then we have to find creative ways that still protects our country, that still protects Bahamians, to make it happen. Speaker, you'll recall that the Commercial Enterprise Act was designed to remove the bureaucracy and red tape investors encountered when attempting to obtain work permits from the Immigration Department for key management and skilled workers. Mr. Speaker, the Commercial Enterprise Act of 2017, which allows senior foreign management and key personnel to enter the Bahamas and establish physical businesses, and was done, Mr. Speaker, to show that we were truly committed to a more economically sound Grand Bahama, and was a sign that this F&M government is truly committed to improving the ease of doing business in this Commonwealth. Speaker, I still support the notion that really a very much an honest examination of this Commercial Enterprise Act will cause us to realize that it truly does introduce certainty and predictability to the work permit regime. Central to this act, Mr. Speaker, and the most discussed aspect of this act is the authority, and I want Bahamians to understand this because I don't want them to forget this. They think this act, all of a sudden, as I said earlier, just opens the floodgate, that the Director of Immigration powers cease to exist. The Speaker, the authority of the Director of Immigration to make a decision on the approval of work permits within 14 days of the applicant's receipt. Speaker, one same as being submitted within 30 days of the worker's arrival into the Bahamas. In fact, the bill mandates the Director of Immigration to make a decision on approval within 14 days of receiving the said application. And should the Director not respond within the 14 days time frame, the work permit is automatically deemed to have been granted. We know the debate that we had in that regard. But Minister Simonet, the member for St. Anne's, spoke at some great length about the unacceptable delays that we've been experienced in the past with regards to work permit, and the negative impact that has not only on small businesses, the negative impact it has on the nation as a whole when we invite foreign investment into this country, when we invite any investment in this country, when we try to get simple immigration visas passed by anyone. And so this regime tends to put focus on what the Immigration Department does. It was articulated by the member for St. Anne's and North Abaco, Mr. Speaker, that Clause 2 of the bill seeks to amend Section 2 of the Immigration Act to provide for the insertion of a new definition or new definitions into this act. Speaker, the major definitions are the ones that speak to the meaning of the new visas and permits, namely the BH-1B work visa and the short-term work visa and the BH-4S permit. I wish to address firstly, Mr. Speaker, the visas. The BH-1B work visa is defined as a work visa biometric card granted in accordance with Section 30B to a person who has permission to engage in gainful occupation in the Bahamas pursuant to the grant of a specified commercial enterprise certificate issued when that certificate is issued under the Commercial Enterprise Act 2017. Section 30 of the Principal Act, the Immigration Act, Mr. Speaker, speaks to permission to reside and engage in gainful employment. As noted earlier, and by reporters in person watching the immigration development, Grand Bahama is now in a position to take advantage of what is going on. The good member for North Abaco spoke to it, what is going on with regards to the United States H-1B visas. The U.S. visas similarly facilitate the hiring of specialized foreign workers by American businesses and the entrance of persons of advanced degrees. Mr. Speaker, the member for North Abaco, notwithstanding what the member for Angleston said, was very correct in building that framework for us to understand the significance of this opportunity that the Bahamas now has right in its hands. And what this visa does, Mr. Speaker, is creates an opportunity. And we will be ignorant, we will be negligent, Mr. Speaker, to not take advantage of this opportunity to be able to bring in, because the United States is getting tighter with their visas, to open up to create a system where we could invite those persons to come in, not to take over our country, Mr. Speaker, because there are limitations, not to just walk in at the airport, Mr. Speaker, but within guidelines to help build our economy, to train our Bahamians. And that's all we're trying to do. Speaker, Section 3 of the amendment bill says that the BH-1B visa is issued after application to the Director of Immigration, after application to the Director of Immigration, along with the prescribed fee, and who has secured the commercial enterprise certificate, Mr. Speaker, or being a professional pursuant to Section 7.3 of the Commercial Enterprise Act, or holds posts pursuant to Section 2 of the Commercial Enterprise Act. Now, what is important to mention here, Mr. Speaker, is I want to reiterate Section 5 and 6, respectively, and that is the Director of Immigration may. Again, I want to emphasize that nobody's just walking in here. The Director of Immigration, the Minister of Immigration still has powers. The Director of Immigration may revoke the grant of a BH-1B work visa if the Director of Immigration has reasonable grounds for so doing on the basis of public safety, public morality, and national security. And that the ABH-1B and a HB-1B work visa is valid for a period of 3 years and may, subject to the direction of the Director of Immigration, be renewed for a further period not exceeding 3 years. Speaker, what we're showing here, Mr. Speaker, is that we're serious about our immigration policy. We're serious about making sure that we're not allowing people to come into the country and stay here forever and ever and ever and take jobs away from Bahamians. There are stipulations, there are rules. Speaker, the short-term work visa is defined, Mr. Speaker, as a visa biometric card, that is a digitalized fingerprint, machine-readable facial image, machine-readable biographical data and digital signatures issued in accordance with prescribed, issued, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with prescribed regulations to a person who desires to remain in the Bahamas for a period of 3 months or less for the purpose of engaging in gainful employment. Mr. Speaker, the proposer, the member for St. Anne's, spoke at great length of Section 4 of the bill. And he gave several examples of how professionals at our borders have been turned around. How wealthy investors, who don't necessarily, Mr. Speaker, want to come here to take advantage of this country, but want to, and I would argue in most cases, want to come here to benefit from this country, and so that we too could benefit, and how they're turned around at our borders. Now, this amendment, it's Section 32, Mr. Speaker, this amendment of Section 32, which addresses in the Principal Act the variations of the condition of permit, addresses the exemptions of these short-term visas. The person enters the Bahamas for the purpose of engaging in any activity listed in Section 2 for a period not exceeding 14 days. Mr. Speaker, that list was described, and there was some discussion about lawyers and accountants, and I thought they're consultants, Mr. Speaker, and medical professions. Mr. Speaker, I too want our government, and you know we're not closing our eyes to this, Mr. Speaker. I too want our government, and I think they have committed to making sure that there are policies in place, Mr. Speaker, that persons don't take advantage of this opportunity. The member for St. Anne's spoke to it specifically. He said that we're going to use our immigration officers and the electronic devices, electronic technology, to make sure police this process, so that we can be able to know when somebody is coming here every 14 days, back. Any sensible immigration officer going to do an investigation. Why is John Doe coming here every 14 days? But now we have in place, Mr. Speaker, that mechanism to make sure that lawyers in the Bahamas don't have to worry about that being persons coming in, lawyers coming. And they only come here, Mr. Speaker. The member, the minister was very clear and stressing that they only come here in most instances, Mr. Speaker. And we will submit in all instances under this provision, under this act, to sit at a board meeting, or maybe to explain what the policies of their company is in Los Angeles. He's not coming here to advise on Bahamian law. He's not coming here to advise on what this company could do in the Bahamas. He may be coming here just to say, listen, our parent company policy is this in Los Angeles. And as you develop this product here in the Bahamas, and as you try to be what our company is, be cognizant of what the big picture is for our company, our parent company. When the consultant comes, he might only come here for a day to make sure, sit at the table to make sure that we understand in Grand Bahama what their company is all about, what their policy is all about. That's what this particular section speaks to. That consultant, that accountant is in there counting the money in the Bahamas, how much money is in the bank in the Bahamas. That accountant is in there to do an audit for them in the Bahamas. And this administration, I have the faith. I do not, Mr. Speaker, none of us know what any civil servant is doing every day. None of us know, Mr. Speaker, what every minister is doing every day. But I trust that the Bahamian people who voted for Bamboo Town, that they put his trust in him to be the best minister that he could be. I trust that the people in Sanans who voted for Sanans, the members of Sanans, we put our trust in him to protect our borders, to look after our financial service industry. I trust that the people in West Grand Bahama have trust in that minister, as I do, as Tall Pines does, to make sure that this country is steered in the right direction from a financial perspective. And so I have trust in this Bahamian government, Mr. Speaker. I have trust in this F&M government. The evidence, Mr. Speaker, the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. We've always done what's best for this great Commonwealth. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am confident. I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that we will make sure that this section is not abused. Mr. Speaker, the work permit, we spoke about the BH4S work permit. Speaker, that really speaks to the dependents and persons coming in, education institutions. And we know that in the act or the bill speaks to the fact that these persons will not be able to engage in gainful employment. It's specified there. It's expressly specified there. And so, Mr. Speaker, we need not be concerned. Mr. Speaker, I was happy when the member for Sanans gave the numbers, the millions of dollars that could be had because of this new immigration regime. $430 million in salary income, I think he said. Maybe $16.5 million contribution to the NIB. About $24 million or so added to our VAT. Speaker, this speaks well for taking not only Grand Bahama in the right direction and forward, but it speaks to taking the Bahamas in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, there was a lot of talks about Bahamianization, and I've already touched on that, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I always ask, what is Bahamianization? Speaker, you can't be serious about Bahamianization when you're not concerned about this country being downgraded 4 times. You can't be concerned about Bahamianization at this juncture when we saw our economy going in a downhill. You can't be serious about immigration, Mr. Speaker. I mean, Bahamianization. When you see crime going out of hand. Mr. Speaker, as I described earlier, I think that this issue, that this bill has nothing to do with Bahamianization. In fact, it promotes a better Bahamas. It pulls up Bahamians. It gives Bahamians opportunity. And that is what I feel Bahamianization is all about. When Bahamians help Bahamians to pull themselves up. And so this government is putting in place policies that pull Bahamians up, to create jobs. The member from Exuma spoke, Mr. Speaker, about helping small businesses. The best way to help small businesses, Mr. Speaker, is to make sure that people are working. The best way to help small businesses, Mr. Speaker, is to make sure that persons in your community can work to go to the mom and pop stores. The best way to help small businesses, Mr. Speaker, is to make sure that the people have money, that their children to be educated, that they have homes to go to, that their homes are not being taken away. That's how you help Bahamians. And this bill, that act, the Commercial Enterprise Act, and this particular bill speaks to bettering Grand Bahama, speaks to bettering the economy and the existence of Grand Bahamians, and by extension, Mr. Speaker, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, all Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I don't speak before sitting. I know the member for Angliston made some comment about the member for Marathon. And I want to thank you, Marathon. I don't know if it was true. Tall Pines want to thank you for not going the PLP way. Thank you so much. I wish Exuma would listen. But thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marathon, for coming with the FNM. Because through your leadership and your members and your staff at the Ministry of Environment, I could proudly walk through the streets of Tall Pines, and I said to them, priority will be put on the dump. Priority will be put on the landfill. The FNM said from day one that we will fix the landfill issue, Mr. Speaker. And thank God this member for Marathon came the FNM way. Thank you, FNM, Mr. Speaker. Right before we took over the administration of this country, in June of 2019, the Pan American Health Organization report classified the landfill as an urgent public hazard. They saw it as a chronic health risk to the lives and operation of persons around it. And this FNM government delivered in 2 years, Mr. Speaker. In 2 years. They talk about Bahamianization. In 2 years, Mr. Speaker. It's a consortium of Bahamian people running our landfill. State of the art, Mr. Speaker. I went there with the ministers and other. That the landfill look 100 times better. It's a different site, Mr. Speaker. And so I am proud as the Member of Parliament for Tall Pines. I'm proud as the Member of Parliament for Tall Pines, Mr. Speaker. You know, many times they talk about the new parks, the 4 new parks, and the 2 others that we refurbished. We talk about our community center, the computer lab and the homework center. We talk about all our programs in Tall Pines. But Mr. Speaker, this one, because this man decided not to go with the PLP, to come with the FNM. This time, Mr. Speaker, the people in Tall Pines and New Providence could know that they live in a healthier community. Could know that we could now say that we could boost to say that we have a landfill in progress that we could be proud of. Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud to be in FNM today. I'm so proud to know that this particular bill, all right, Mr. Speaker, this particular bill, I don't want to talk about the former, this particular bill, because they had years and years of opportunities, Mr. Speaker. We had years.
I don't remember. You need 2 minutes?
1 minute, Mr. Speaker. I'm summing up. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud, as I said, to know that this particular bill is addressing the needs of Grand Bahama. This particular bill is showing the Bahamian people that we're not stagnant, that we understand that there's time for change, and we will only make changes where changes are needed. This particular bill, Mr. Speaker, shows that we are serious. We are serious about moving forward from 1967. Moving forward, Mr. Speaker, taking our Grand Bahamians, taking our Aberconians, taking our Exumians, taking Tall Pines, taking South Beach, taking every Bahamian with us to a better and a brighter Bahamas, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I am proud as the Member of Parliament for Tall Pines to support this new energy bill. I call it an energy bill, a powerful bill for Grand Bahama, a powerful bill for the Bahamas to revolutionize our immigration regime, to revolutionize how we look at our sectors in the Bahamas, to create a new sector. I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Tall Pines, to support this bill. I thank the member for St. Anne's. I look forward, Mr. Speaker, for a greater Grand Bahama. I look forward to a greater Bahamas because of this commercial enterprise act of 2017, and because of this bill that speaks to bringing about the amendments necessary to make that bill stronger, to build a better Grand Bahama, a better Bahamas. Tall Pines supports this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Mangrove P, South and Central Andrews.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, as usual, I promise I'll be very brief. And at the outset, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a very small contribution to the Immigration Amendment Bill 2019 to on behalf of the people of Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros, to extend condolences to the family of the late Lucille Earl of Smithsville, South Andros, and also the acting chief clerk, by extension your family also, and also the community of Smithsville, my birthplace, very directly. Would have been neighbors for years, especially our sons this afternoon, Eric, Kenneth, Roscoe, and the extended family of Smithsville. And also to the member of Parliament for North Andros and the Berry Islands, the Honorable Calvin Boleg, on the passing of his father. And as they will be celebrating his homegoing on the 4th, which is next Saturday in North Andros, we extend condolences to him also and his family. I'd also like to say a very special good afternoon to someone who's been there with me and who's given much to the community of South Andros, who's not doing so well in hospital this afternoon at the Princess Margaret, in the person of Miss Joyce Wallace of South Andros, Duncombe Coppice to be exact. Our thoughts and our prayers are with you as you watch in your bed this afternoon, and we pray that you will have and see speedy recovery, Miss Joyce, and all of your well-wishers who are gathered at your bedside this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to give a brief social overview on the issue of immigration, which is a very emotive issue, one that leads to much discussion whenever one hears about the word immigration, and by extension migration, which is very topical these days on most cable network, even in social media. There's a view that the cutting of immigration could hobble economic growth, especially in the developed and also in the developing world. As a matter of fact, it was just recently that the Citigroup company conducted a research that noted that the 2/3 of the U.S. growth, I would have seen some real growth in 2011, was directly attributable to migration and structured immigration development. Further afield in the United Kingdom, immigration has been frozen, or was frozen in the 1990s, so that the numbers remain very constant, and therefore with this, they would have seen what many saw as a smaller growth in the GDP and the economy itself by some projected 9%. In Germany, if immigration had seen similar growth, or even more drastic reduction in its immigration numbers, they could have lost, by contrast, some 155 billion pounds. Immigration, if not structured and orderly managed, and there's no orderly management of the process, could lead to a disequilibrium in any society and its development, especially in the developing and what we call the developing world. History has shown that lower economic growth can make societies less generous, less tolerant, and less inclusive. But we in the Bahamas, for the most part, Mr. Speaker, have been people who've been very open-minded in immigration matters, and our track record speaks to it. We're pretty mature. Certainly would like to cast us as being xenophobic, but I think we're not. So it stands to reason that we have to seek, or we have seen, Mr. Speaker, a decade or more of recent sluggish projection and growth, and which has led not only in the Bahamas but also worldwide, as you heard from the member for Angliston. We were seeing the development with Brexit, and also we've seen the development in Germany. We've seen also the same developments now taking place in America that has led to populist nationalism growing and expanding, isolationist approach being led by many in these countries, especially if the local citizens don't feel included in the process of development that they see taking place on their shores. We've heard the commentary from many in this place, including Senans, that work permits and visas could be a thing that could lead to further development of our society as we see the further development and expansion of the U.S. economy if they're properly utilized. Payment people have been very concerned about the issue of immigration for some time. It is one that the younger population in particular is not particularly very easy easily led to not be inclined to comment about. And many times these commentary have been sometimes unsavory. And it has led to sometimes some things being said and some views being expressed that makes me, as a relatively young man, uncomfortable sometimes, most importantly as a Bahamian. But I want to note the fact that we in the Bahamas have been, as I noted earlier, pretty liberal in this regard. The ease of doing business, Mr. Speaker, in this country continues to still be a major challenge for the everyday Bahamian. So when Bahamians are hearing commentary about the facilitation through the Commercial Enterprise Bill, and now this bill, the Immigration Amendment Bill of 2019, many are pondering and they're wondering aloud. If one were to take a quick stock and look at what is happening in our society, we have many friends in small business in our community. And if one wants to simply have access to capital to expand or upgrade their business with technology and machinery, what have you, the level of collaterals and what they're being asked, what the requirements would be to access basic funding is mind-boggling, Mr. Speaker. And so therefore, to have a bill that works in tandem with the Commercial Enterprise Bill, which we, on this side, would have disagreed with openly, is one that continues to make one even become more concerned about the immigration bill and its timing at this time in our society, when there's such high and open level of unemployment, young people feeling disenfranchised in our society, when Bahamians are seeing others come to our shores. And just today, over lunch, I would have walked along the streets and met a Bahamian who was expressing a view in the financial services sector, where they are seeing other persons coming into that sector and bringing their family and their children in the 21st century and benefiting in no small way, when they think Bahamians should be given these very same opportunities first, for which they are duly and overly qualified in many instances. This, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon is not a very comfortable feeling. I know the fact, Mr. Speaker, unlike the member for Angliston, she highlighted some areas that are of due concern, especially the persons who make up part of what I call the middle strata of our society by and large. And she noted the areas such as the medical fraternity, the legal fraternity, and also those in the accounting industry. But I know the fact that there are many other areas that would cause me some concern. And the member for St. Anne's noted this morning that there could be those who are coming into our society to do basic oversight to various small business or medium-sized businesses in our society. And why should they be treated in a certain way by immigration officers in particular? Now, Mr. Speaker, if other people are going to be strict and follow guidelines and there's an established rubric for how persons would enter their country, I don't see the need for us. I prefer someone to call someone into a room for second tier of questioning than to simply have what I call almost a willy-nilly open door approach to allowing anybody else to walk into our country. I don't care who they are. I have a very strong view about this, and I think, especially when it comes to these persons who are coming here for conferences, trade shows, and for these various sororities and fraternity celebrations, I would have been told by no less than about 3 persons who are pretty prominent in this society that persons who would have come under the guise of coming to conferences and trade shows, and even as a matter of fact, it has even happened in the religious sector, Mr. Speaker, have overstayed their time. And when they come in many times, they always become small, what I wouldn't say even small salesperson in our community, virtually setting up shops in the Bahamas today. Mr. Speaker, I would prefer to work with an immigration officer who might be a little bit overbearing, but want to, at the end of the day, protect our borders and make sure that we protect the Bahamas for Bahamians first. I feel strongly about it. Persons come in this country every day through the LPIA, and on airlines, on aircrafts, by boats. And we have no real mechanism, in my view, this is my view, to really follow up to see who's here and how long they've been here. Until sometimes if something happens, then it's almost too late. Mr. Speaker, we have got to protect some things for ourselves. I feel very strongly about it. So I do not have no problem with those who are what I call major shareholders or chairperson or in our society who come in to oversee business in a regulated environment, to come in and oversee their business or to view certain things or to be a part of trade shows or what have you. But I'm also saying I want to encourage that immigration officer who would have stood fast, who would do the right thing and don't take the bait. Because sometimes they offer debate. I don't care what nobody says, they offer debate. But they would not turn or blink a blind eye and do the right thing to protect this Bahama land. I would support that person this afternoon. I know the fact that persons could be coming in locally in a number of areas. Chairman, director, shareholder, chief executive officer, chief operating officer, chief financial officer, consultant. What other areas? Legal counsel, compliance officer, accountant, auditor, actuary, medical professional, controller, analyst, manager. Mr. Speaker, most of these things could be done by Bahamians. As a matter of fact, I'm challenged, Mr. Speaker. I'm not saying that we don't need some persons from abroad to be a part of what we're doing in our society. But Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying, I feel very strongly, and I had a problem with the member for Kalani when he said that by and large, his government would not, I think, be inclined, if I would have a proper recollection, of paying anybody over $100,000 in salary to work for the Bahamas government. I think it was something to that effect some time ago. Mr. Speaker, if we want to attract the finest minds and bright Bahamians, and those are what I call the prospective intelligentsia internationally return to this country, they must be remunerated properly. And I don't think we should have no line of paying our people when anyone who comes here, they can come from India, anywhere, the UK bloc, the US or Canada, we can pay them X amount of money. But if someone attached, especially a Bahamian, we want to connote them with only being able to get so much money because who they think they are. That's always been a problem I've had in this society by and large. And Mr. Speaker, I do support the notion that we need to protect some things for us in no small way. If you were to walk downtown, just downtown, right downtown, on the left-hand side, and look at what is happening right downtown in our face, right on the side of this parliament. You tell me Bahamians can't do some of these things we see people down here doing? And so, I hear the member for Northern Lucius talking about investing. You cannot invest, Mr. Speaker, when you go to the small business conferences. Most persons are telling you if they want to get $100,000, where they got to carry to a clearing bank to get or qualify for the $100,000, Mr. Speaker. We've got to change it. And the same when it comes to the government investing in our people. And we've fallen prey to this, Mr. Speaker. It's always too much, especially for a black Bahamian to qualify to get something done in this country. It's very difficult. And I don't care what we say. It's been something that we must have come to grips with. And I have a problem with the fact that someone could come in this country under the commercial enterprise with $250,000 and get all of this benefit. And a black Bahamian over the hill in 42nd, 3rd Street, the Grove, Montel Heights, Mr. Speaker, on Carmichael Road, who wants to be a part of City 2000, cannot go to a clearing bank and access money to further upgrade their business on a day-to-day basis. Mr. Speaker, Bahamian people have been affected in this country, and it's affecting them daily, and it's not good for their psyche. That's why there's a lot of frustration in this wider society, Mr. Speaker, and we've got to pay attention to it. When a foreigner could come in this country, Mr. Speaker, with $250,000 from the Ukraine, from Kosovo, from the United Kingdom, anywhere from Ireland or from France, with $250,000 with his wife and children behind him, and walk in the Bahamas and get benefits. And my cousin over here on the collar corner can't get a red cent in this country. Something is wrong with this society, Mr. Speaker. Something is wrong, Mr. Speaker, and we've got to fix it. Bahamians are fed up. and they want to see a change. Mr. Speaker, I note the fact that the member for St. Anne's earlier noted that it was back when he became the Minister of Tourism. In St. Anne's, we went to the Sunday school, Church of God of Prophecy Sunday school. They went a few days ago, so we had a good time under the jumper tent the other day. But he noted the fact that I think it was up when he became Minister of Tourism in the 1990s, almost up to 80% of our croupiers were non-Bahamians. I've been reliably informed, Mr. Speaker, and I could be corrected, that in fact this was not so. It would not have happened under the Pinling regime. It was not so. As a matter of fact, at best, we would have had no less than 40% of those who would have been a part of the industry from many years from the Merv Griffin days would have been Bahamian. No less than that amount, 40, 50% would have been Bahamian. It wouldn't have been 80% non-Bahamian, not under a Pinling regime. As a matter of fact, we can speak to it as a matter of fact in the financial services sector. We know what has happened in our industry. Under the former administration, Bahamians, for example, were given access to what is happening downtown in no small way. As a matter of fact, it was recent developments when we had the compendium of bills of the blacklisting back in 2000 that led to us losing a lot of traction in the financial services sector in this Commonwealth. And we've never been able to curb that downward spiral. So, Mr. Speaker, I thought I should correct that because I got that on good information today about the fact that that is not, in fact, the case. Secondarily, Mr. Speaker, I note the fact that the issue was made of the 8,000 Chinese that was blamed under the PLP. That was corrected. I note the fact I said that at least a member for St. Anne's would have corrected that whole issue. But I also note the fact that he raised the newspaper today that showed the jobs for Coco Key. And as an island boy, I'm very sensitive to certain things, Mr. Speaker. Very, very sensitive. Many of these jobs would be upholstery, air conditioning, lifeguard, hospitality industry-based jobs. No problem. Mr. Speaker, I am tired of all administration, if anyone I'm going to be a part of any further administration, coming and only telling Bahamians about jobs. That's speaking down to the capacity of our people. We keep on only talking about people. Why we can't talk about our people being leaders and associates and being a part of these processes in no small way. I'm tired of hearing our people only could sweep the road and only could do these kind of little, what I call remedial kind of jobs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a problem with the fact that how we continue. And as a matter of fact, even this country today, even what we call even a development and advanced financial services sector, our people are still being asked in the 21st century, Mr. Speaker, when the competition is widened and the Bahamas is very much a part of the global market, the commercial enterprise allows someone to come in here in 14 days if they don't get an answer from the immigration department and they're certified to do business in the Bahamas. This very same Bahamian who's competing against the person who comes here to do business, for whatever it's worth, is always asked, are you employed or do you have a government contract? And also by the same token, Mr. Speaker, you're always asking people if they want to do basic borrowing, not directly linked to this bill, basic borrowing, Mr. Speaker, to improve their lives. They always ask if they work for government or you're employed by Atlantis. Mr. Speaker, we've got to find a way to unbridle our people. And I do not like it because we keep on saying to people, all this liquidity, all this money in this economy. But the average Bahamian man, he said, ain't nothing on the ground. He can't feel no money on the ground. He goes to the bank, he can't qualify, he can't, but no, East Grand Bahama, you got to put some money on the ground. Put some money on the ground, East Grand Bahama. Put some money on the ground. Put some money in Ludlow Street. Put some money in the Grove. Put some money in South Beach. Put some money in South Angeles. Put something on the ground for the people. That's my point. We got to do that. We've got to find a way to put some on the ground. Our people need empowerment, Bamboo Town. That's the reality. So my thing is that if the man could come here, when most small businesses in the Family Islands are valued over $250,000, and he can get all these exemptions, and he's encouraged to invest. I am saying at the end of the day, we need to give our people, Garden Hills, you're a man from Blackpoint, Exuma. I just slept in Bertram Brown bed, the late Bertram Brown. We need to give them young fellas back in Black Point a hand up in a meaningful way. They ain't want no hand down. That's what I'm talking about. So we've got to find a way to save an investor coming in 14 days in these straits. Make the door, open the door to Bahamians. They ain't want no regular job, they ain't want a regular job. They want to be empowered in this society, Mr. Speaker, because they always talk about all this money here. The economy is doing well. Fiscally, we're doing this. Oh, that we have a fiduciary responsibility to this one, to that one, all that kind of stuff. And here be the money going and the money this one. I ain't want to hear that. People want to see the money on the ground. They want to feel the money. You can get up here and talk all day till they're tired. As a matter of fact, that is where we are today. We need to put something on the ground so our people can feel it. Mr. Speaker, before I sit down, I thought I must know the fact that the member for North Africa, my good friend, and he follows in the footsteps of a very good man who I feel very strongly about, and we call him Papa. People know how I feel about Papa and the late Dr. B.J. Norton. She was going to me this reward. But Papa, who's watching this afternoon, feels very strongly about the fact that there, in my view, Mr. Speaker, that there was no media debate in this honorable place. That's my view. The Right Honorable Hubert A. Ingram would not have had it no other way than to allow the member for South, Central, and Mangrove Key Andros to get up in this place and express his views on behalf of his people from down home. That's Papa way. So something has gone wrong.
Big time.
Something has gone wrong.
Big time.
So it can't be good. It can't be good to quote Papa when you're ready, and when you're ready, you drop Papa. I am saying Papa started the process where people express their views, and I'm saying at the end of the day, the people of this country expect, whenever we discuss any financial bills, for everybody in this parliament to be able to make a contribution. As a matter of fact, what makes it even worse, the Prime Minister, after the member for East Grantham would have made his contribution in this place and gave what he called his report. I call it his a soliloquy, I guess what I call it, really, a financial soliloquy. He gave his presentation. Then the member for Kalani then goes around to the farm there and talk about the budget debate. And what's in the budget debate? Mr. Speaker, that is virtual contempt. He has gone all over the country. Say what's happening. Say what's happening in CARICOM. What's happening at the United Nations. What is in the budget. What's going to happen in Grand Bahama. And also this whole thing with us not supporting Grand Bahama is very hateful. Mr. Speaker, we stood in, as a matter of fact, when you look at it, you're back, for the most part, you are opening the borders for everybody to come in. If you want me, or you go to tall pines, I'll say it. I'm not, you know. And so, Mr. Speaker, anybody within in 2 weeks, if anyone don't hear a response to the Ministry of Immigration, they can come in. The results are there. Okay, don't go no further with that. Mr. Speaker, the Tech Hub Committee, Steering Committee, I want to commend them for their efforts. But by the same token, Mr. Speaker, the people of Grand Bahama, who I know are watching in big numbers, are also waiting for relief in a meaningful way all over Grand Bahama, east, west, north, and south in Grand Bahama. So don't let nobody put nothing in your head, Grand Bahama. The PLP under Philip Edward Brave Davis supports you. We support you. The same way you can talk about your leader, my leader also supports Grand Bahama along with my colleagues wholeheartedly. Don't let nobody say you know the nonsense. Mr. Speaker, the PLP supports Grand Bahama. And the people of Grand Bahama, I am telling Mr. Grand Bahama, as you're watching me on Tano Beach, East Grand Bahama, Seagrape, Western, Artists and all the boys, you're watching us under the tree. I have told the member for East Grand Bahama, look at me closely, look right in my face. I told the member for East Grand Bahama to put something on the ground for y'all in Grand Bahama. For God's sake, East Grand Bahama, Peter Turn, just put something on the ground for Grand Bahama. Mr. Speaker, as I'm about to take my seat, here in Nassau, the challenge is real. The challenge is real. As we open our doors and our borders to allow those who want to join us to say they're going to bring this and bring that to our society, the reality of the struggle is real daily. For those who are catching the jitney from downtown and going over the hill, they're still challenged with this unconcluded matter of what is a bread basket item. That is still a challenge in our society. It is a major challenge because people are saying it. If you go to funerals, weddings, events, you at Montague, wherever you go, they see the price here one week. The ensuing week, the prices have been changed. And so when persons are looking at basic relief and other persons are joining our society to say, make it better, they're wondering who are we making it better for? Mailboat operators are challenged. Lunch vendors are challenged. Those who provide food for our children at school are challenged. Social services, many persons are concerned with what's happening in that regard. I know the member for Southern Shores means well, but if you're not given the funding to make sure things are in place, Mr. Speaker, that's what we face daily in our society. We have a policy where we don't mind others joining us, but that must be structured and monitored in a very direct way. We've got to be careful. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas must be for Bahamians first and foremost. And we must be given opportunity first and foremost in our Bahama land. And I feel very, very strongly about that as I stand here this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. After hearing the proclamations from the member for East Grand Bahama, I'll see what they made his interventions, those very long interventions on points of order today. The member for Exuma, the member for Exuma and Ragged Island, who's still awaiting for that Grain City to be presented by the member of Kalani, the member for Marathon, and the languishing commentary and sometimes a sage, direct language, but also one that complements those that are good by the member for Angliston. Mr. Speaker, I'm also challenged this afternoon, I'm tasked not to be inclined to support this bill as it's presently presented to this honorable place. Mr. Speaker, I say today, the Bahamians in our society who feel a sense of not being given full access, those who feel disenfranchised, and they see others who are coming in with little something in their pocket and getting these opportunities and getting offices and renting places on Dalesville Street and on Shirley Street and Palmdale when others have been trying and going to the bank, one of my cousins, and being turned around and couldn't get the money to open his tech office right over the hill. I say, do not lose hope. Do not lose hope. Help and hope is on its way. Do not lose hope. Mr. Speaker, it is real for the everyday Bahamian. I say once again to the member for East Grand Bahama, put something on the ground for people. Persons are coming in our society. We have no problem with that. But the reality is Bahamian people are being challenged and they're hurting in our society to this very day. I say to us, Mr. Speaker, today, as we look at this bill, and we look forward to further growth and development in the Bahamian context, in its present state, I too would have to join my colleagues and say that we cannot support this bill, but we anticipate a day when we could come here and be very harmonious as we are celebrating the regattas in Georgetown and persons are going down and have a good time. And we'll be able to get back here before the budget when the budget is being presented. At least we see something there that it be not comic relief, but real relief. That a member for East Grand Bahama will deliver that is palatable to all Bahamians. So that you are east, west, north, or south, you would have no other reason but to be able to bang the desk and celebrate that this is a better day, hopefully, for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, it's against that backdrop, I yield, and I want to say thank you, sir, for the opportunity. But I want to say to that Bahamian spirit this afternoon, do not feel as if all hope is lost. Continue to live by faith. And there's an old song that we used to sing in the Jumper Church back in Smithson, South Andros. And I want you to live by faith with this song, and they sang it in the Church of God in Cooperstown. I cannot today, what tomorrow may bring, be a shadow or sunshine or rain. But the Lord I know who ruleth on everything, then all of your worries could be in vain. I want you to live by faith in Jesus above, because he'll make a way. But I want to tell you that at the end of the day, our leader, Philip Edward Brave Davis, is the man who understands what has to be done. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank, thank you, honorable member. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's him. Mr. Speaker, I would like to again thank the fine people of Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador for their continued expression of confidence. Yeah, my card is right here. Continued expression of confidence in me, Mr. Speaker, and for allowing me the opportunity to be here to assist in what I call our nation building. Mr. Speaker, before I move on, I too would like to express condolences to the family of Lady Jacqueline Fox, the wife of former Labor icon Sir Randall Fox, and one of the movers and shakers of that era, to which a member of Angleton spoke of, the pre-1967 era. And Miss Lady Fox in her own right, Mr. Speaker, Lady Fox in her own right was a contributor in a mighty way. She was an iconic supporter of the Y movement, the YMCA, YWCA movement in the Bahamas. And though she was under the shadow, the huge shadow of her husband, she did her own, played her own role in shaping the lives of many young women in this country over the years in her own right. And so I'd like to take this opportunity on behalf of us on this side to convey to David and the other siblings our heartfelt condolences on her passing. I also note the passing of Herman Russell of Swedensky. I think the member from Central Bahama noted his passing as well. Fortunately, I will not be able to attend the funeral, but hopefully a representative of ours will be there for that purpose. Now, I was really shocked, Mr. Speaker. I'm rather embarrassed that the member for North Abaco would speak to Jimmy Green, who expressed condolences, whereas I do believe that as days pass, hope diminishes. There's still little hope that the family has that he would be found. Then it'll be in 10 days, 8 days today, that he's been missing. It was shocking to me. I didn't know that his wife was the goddaughter of Jimmy Green, the North member. I didn't know that. So it was small world, isn't it? And it was and for him to have expressed that here and to be in Sandy Point and not at least pay some respect to the family, go and hail his wife's. Yeah, no, it's not because they expressed it to me. They expressed to me how he and the Prime Minister was there, right? And they did not even do that, right? What I'm listening, yeah. And so, Mr. Speaker, so I trust that he will make amends and go and do that. So, Mr. Speaker, no, I have to. And I do that on behalf of my good friend Annie, the other children. Right. Now, Mr. Speaker, we do, you know, sometimes we trivialize history, which is unfortunate. It is very unfortunate, trivializing it. We are always reminded that we ought to know our history to ensure that we don't repeat it. We should not repeat it. And the member for Angliston was reminding us of the distinction between the eras. So what I call the oppressive era versus the empowering era. And the empowerment era was ushered in through the concept of Bahamianization. And what we see and what we fear on this side, Mr. Speaker, is policies and initiatives being initiated by this government that is rolling back the gains of Bahamianization over the years. We see and we fear that the gains of Bahamianization is being sacrificed on the altar of convenience, expedition, right, in the granting and liberalization of work permits. It seems as though work permits now is something as of right, as opposed to as a matter of principle rooted in the fact that we need to first look to see whether Bahamians are available to do the job. And yes, Mr. Speaker, see, the filler, you know, the young man will not listen. I continue to advise him, do not allow himself to be a filler. Whenever there is a gap to be filled, he's thrown in. I told him, because every time he does not, so he doesn't even appreciate the concept we're talking about. Stop being a filler and be considered in your approach, right? So, Mr. Speaker, so what we are concerned about, right? What we are concerned about, Mr. Speaker, is that. It's how we are trivializing the grant of work permits and whether or not there is a principle in the thought processes. In this, I commend Sinans for reporting that the bureaucracy is being so addressed today that expedition is now being seen, that you're getting responses in a more timely manner. That's always been the cry. I also commend the fact that the days of missing documents of files and the delay in matters coming to the attention of the decision makers being streamlined because of what occurs between the filing of an application and it making its way through the processes to the decision maker. And so I commend all those things. And as he indicated, those are not, they were not, those bureaucratic challenges didn't just occur, they were over the years. And it's being addressed, and so we're happy with that. But like I say, Mr. Speaker, let's get back to the bill that I've been urged to read. First of all, let's go to the purpose of these amendments. The amendments are designed, according to what has been said, and when you read the bill, to facilitate, according to the contributions here, work permits or the granting of permission to work. That's the better word. I won't say work permits, because work permits I need to address because it is a legislative term of art which seems to collide with the introduction of a new word or a new term of art, work visa, when the act itself does not make provision for any application for a work visa. Now, if he wants to read the act, he could tell me whether he saw in the act or whether he understands what I'm saying now when I say that. But if he read the act, perhaps he could have drawn that to their attention. Right, so, Mr. Speaker, so work permits, on the one hand, is a legislative term of art that is recognized by the amendments to the immigration bill, where it amends the commercial enterprises bill by asking to substitute the words BH-1B visas where work permits apply, appears. So it perhaps brings up either a drafting or an oversight or something of the sort. How it's going to be cleared up, and perhaps someone might wish to address that as we go along. But on the one hand, what we have, the question is, why is there a need to have? Why is there a need to have these amendments in the first place by the introduction of what I call the BH-1B visas? Why is that a need when you have something called the work permit? And in substance, it's the same thing. Why do you need to create this new category? Or is it just specifically designed for the commercial enterprise bill, and you want to separate how persons who apply for permission to work under the commercial enterprise bill, you want to separate them from the ordinary applicant or someone who would not fall, or who would not be a certificate holder under the commercial enterprise bill. So those are the questions, because it seems to me more administrative than anything else. If it is that you just want to make it what I call biometric, you could just turn the work permits could be that. So So I'm just wondering why. I omit. You're quite right. You did make that point, that the work permits are now biometric. But why do you now need to call it work visa, call it BH-1B visa, and it is only confined, as I noted, it's only confined to persons who would have had a certificate under the commercial enterprises bill. And so, as not to reiterate what those on my side have said so far, which they adequately acquitted themselves of, is that we find that this bill really is a bill that has not advanced or do not advance. All it does is set aside businesses for the purposes of expediting work permits. And in our view, Mr. Speaker, our concern is not expedition. Our concern is the fact that when the immigration department don't act, the person is deemed to have the permit. And so he can work in the Bahamas without the work permit for a certain period of time, and after that period of time, he's still deemed to have it if there's no response from the Director of Immigration. Those are concerns. We also are concerned about the fact that a period of 14 days is not, in our view, a sufficient time to do proper due diligence on some of these persons. Right? I'm talking about the work permits. The due diligence may be done on when the application is made for a certificate under the commercial enterprise bill, and I appreciate that. So the question. So that is our concern, Speaker. Now, Speaker, So we don't support, because we don't, it would have been helpful, have been very useful. This bill is now, the bill has been in force now about 16 months. The commercial enterprise bill has been in force for 16 months. I think it came into force on the 11th of December, 2017. How many, it would have been useful for us to know how many specified commercial enterprises would have been granted a certificate under this act. It would be helpful to understand and appreciate which areas of the Bahamas may have been zoned to date in respect to this act, and how has the economy been impacted by the bill to date. We don't have that information. We don't have it, the system, in thinking this through. So what it was it just a vehicle for a person to have a work permit regime, and perhaps doing other things and what the work permit requires? That's the one hand, and as the minister said, it has two parts. Right? That's the first part. And we have said we don't support it because, when you really look at what the commercial enterprise bill is, it really relegates Bahamians to the backseat. In fact, you recall during the course of this debate, when we raised the question of how Bahamians are going to benefit from it, an amendment was put to include Bahamians to engage in those businesses. So what you did now is that the Bahamians who are engaged in the business, right, has now an added hurdle to cross, because they could engage in the business without going through a commercial enterprise bill as a Bahamian. If someone wanted to set up a computer, what they call a computer programming business, they could go and do it. Now, if they want the benefits of being able to get work permits, just for want of a better word, willy-nilly, they have to be approved by the investment board. A Bahamian to get involved in this kind of business, these businesses listed in the schedule to the commercial enterprise bill, has to get approval. Why not? No, well, that's what I'm saying. That's the point I make, Mr. Senas. No, Mr. Speaker, that's the point I'm making. If you look at 4.1 of the commercial enterprise bill, if you have it, right? And this is when the amendments, this was an afterthought. Well, this is what the afterthought has produced. You produce a situation where a specified commercial enterprise is an enterprise established by a Bahamian. That's 1A, Roman numeral 1. Right? Right? Being approved by the investment board as such, at C. You see what I'm saying? Now, what I'm saying is that, but this requires it to be approved by the investment board. But what I'm saying, no, for the Bahamian to benefit from this act, they have to be approved by the investment board. This is what the act is saying. Yeah, right? So what I'm saying, but if he applies for work permit ordinarily, he falls to be dealt with ordinarily, quite apart. For example, he can't bring a professional in unless he has a certificate. For him to get a certificate under this act, you have to get it from the board. So that's what afterthoughts do. The consequences of what you without thinking through. But, no, no, you can ask them. No, Mr. Speaker, I can answer you if you want. Speaker, what I'm saying is that you ought not to put the Bahamian out of the position where he may be worse off than a foreign person. And that's the point I make, Mr. Speaker. And whatever he said, I'm saying to him that a person who is required to have a certificate under this act has to be issued by the investment board. If a Bahamian gets a certificate, he has to have a certificate on the investment board to be able to get the benefits of the work permit regime that is set out here. That's all I'm saying. He could set up his business without doing that, but he wouldn't have similar benefits unless it is done administratively. And as the member for St. Anne's pointed out, it depends on an understanding immigration officer, or understanding technical officer. Because it's saying to me that and I'll deal with that, I should deal with that now. And the second limb of this bill, which speaks to the work visa. Right? And the minister was suggesting that very often persons come in, and I think he identified one or two. The chairman of a board comes in for a meeting. I think he mentioned that an airline executive was coming in wanting to increase airlift. And when he told the immigration officer that's what he's coming in for that meeting, and the immigration officer, well, you need a permit, he turned around and left. So that seemed to me a matter of an immigration officer being properly trained and understanding what it is, okay? Right, because these amendments is not the answer to that kind of situation. And I'll just ask you to explain, just to show, and perhaps you could explain how this addresses that situation. Because, first of all, you're amending the Principal Act. Now, when I look at the Principal Act, right? When I look at the Principal Act, the Principal Act does not set out how one apply for a work visa. The Act sets out how you apply for a work permit, and perhaps that is where the challenge may come, how you align those. As I say, it's legislative. It is a statutory term of art, work permit, and then you have well, if you look at section 30 of the Act, it speaks specifically to how you apply for work permits and what is required. This might be the same thing for the work visa. What I'm just saying is that you may be introducing a challenge as to understanding what this means. Now, this speaks to a work visa or a short-term work visa. Person coming into the Bahamas. Now, it speaks to with a local company. So if my law firm or the law firm that I consult with, yeah. If I want, if they could bring some clients in, so we could bring a lawyer in for meetings for 2 weeks. Yeah. And he doesn't need a work permit for that. And the question is,
how we discussed that with the Bar Association. I only saw, I think it's today, was it today, that they're sending out some circular to determine, to get the feedback from the bar lawyers on that. So there's been no consultation there. No. And I would like to see their response to that. Likewise with the doctors or medical professions. They too were not consulted on matters of this. Because at the end of the day, if the medical consultant comes in, what kind of business meeting if the medical consultant, the medical personnel is going to have, the medical professional is going to have. And I think this has to be more more clear as to when we talk about a business meeting with a local company and the capacity in which they're coming. Because when you look at business meeting and you look at the list of the capacity the person might be coming in, the question is, what kind of meetings are we talking about? So when the doctor comes in, and he's coming to meet me because I need him to look at my eyes. No, but I'm just, that is where, so I think you need to look at that again. And again, when we talk about the engaging in activity for a period not exceeding 14 days, again, as was pointed out by the member for English, how many 14 days out of the year we're talking about? How many 14 days out of the year? So if a person comes in for almost 6 months, right? For 6 months in a year, just taking 14 days at a time, would they be considered a short, be covered by the section, or should they be covered by the section? I think not, because it will be an abuse. And so what? But the Act doesn't speak to it, and I think you need to deal with it in that fashion. And so, it's like saying the Act don't speak to the debate. If it having a debate, the Act don't speak to it. So perhaps you need to address it. That's what I say. And so, Mr. Speaker, we on this side have adequately made our case as to why this amendment is regressive. We think it is nothing more than a sacrifice of the gains made through our immunization trust over the many years. And we cannot support this bill.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Tall Pines.
I didn't.
Point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I was trying to find the rules. I didn't want to stop the good member for Cat Island, the good member for Cat Island and Ramkey during a speech, but I wanted to wait till he was finished. And there's 2 points raised. The members of the House will address one of the points. But there's a point that was raised, a comment made by the member for Cat Island. And I think, Mr. Speaker, as a backbencher, as a member of this honorable House, there's sometimes some things you could say in heckling, but I think, Mr. Speaker, as a member of this House, when another member stands on his feet, voted, legally to be in this house, Mr. Speaker. I think it's a derogatory comment when you call any member whose obligation as a legislator to stand in this house, to debate a bill, to make a contribution, to call any member when they make their contribution a filler. Mr. Speaker, the good member for Cat Island and Rumkey has been a backbencher in this house for much longer than he's been where he sits now. He went straight from the backbench, Mr. Speaker, straight from the backbench, straight to becoming Deputy Prime Minister. Spent many years, quote unquote, if I use his term, and I say it respectfully, being a filler. That's very derogatory, and I say that for every single member of Parliament who stands on this in this place, who has not proposed a bill and who has not seconded the bill. In essence, the member is saying that everybody else who speaks after that is a filler. And I ask Mr. Speaker, I know he made some other comments that I thought was out of place, but I want to speak, and I want him to, and I hope he does, Mr. Speaker, or I want the House to make, the Speaker to make a decision that he withdraw that statement, calling any member who contributes to this House a filler, Mr. Speaker. We have an obligation, Mr. Speaker, and I ask the good member to withdraw the statement.
Right. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Mr. Speaker, member from Tall Pines quite rightly pointed out that I was more a backbencher in my place here, and that was by, whatever. But yes, I was. And yes, and he did say that while I was there, I was a filler. He called me a filler. No, he said, I was a filler.
I know what I'm and one would have been able to call him a filler. I was only giving an example. I'm not calling him a filler. The Speaker, I'll never stand on my feet asking him to withdraw, calling me a filler, and calling him a filler. I was saying that one could call him a filler.
All right, okay. Well, you can call me a filler. I would say,
No, Mr. Speaker, members should not be using the derogatory terms. I never used it, Mr. Speaker.
First of all, I did not use it in a derogatory fashion. I was saying to him, first of all, I withdraw. If he's so offended, I withdraw it. I withdraw it.
Thank you, honorable member.
I'll have my private conversation with him again. That's all. He'll have our conversation again.
The member of Cat Island knows that I love him like rat love cheese. I respect him. I respect him, Mr. Speaker. And I just want him to know that he shouldn't be making comments with any member in that.
Honorable members, I'm happy that the member for Cat Island withdrew that remark. But honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey and San Salvador, I was more concerned, really, from the chair about the comments made about non-Abaco. I felt that those comments should not have been made. I understand the circumstance that they may have been made in, but
I don't in any way, Mr. Speaker. Those who know me, know Jimmy Green, know Ann, know Sandy Point, my connection, would appreciate why I would have, because I was only expressing the sentiments conveyed to me whilst in Sandy Point yesterday. That's how I was able to discover. I discovered they were there when I was there. Wasn't following them as they thought I was. And I found it shocking, to say the least, because I did not know.
Honorable member,
But all of us have our views and how we express our things. Unfortunately, on this side, I accept what you say and how you feel about it. I accept what all others might feel about it, and I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many?
To wrap up the debate today, which has been healthy, provocative, interesting, we use all of these words, and hold no grudges about what anyone had to say about me, my constituency, my ministry, or whatever. Because you have heard me say in this place many times that we must have a full debate about immigration. I've said that many times in here and out of here, and the new immigration bill is testament to where we are going with a full debate on the whole question of immigration and its modernization in the Bahamas. It's long overdue. It's been a subject that many ministers have not been willing to tackle. I don't want this to sound the way some people may hear it. I've had the pleasure, the opportunity of being minister responsible for immigration twice in my life. I've had the responsibility for AG's office twice in my life. Great pleasure. So I know certainly about the nuances of immigration and the nuances of the law. It was interesting, we started off with, by the way, the member for Exuma talked about Baker's Bay and Bahama as their involvement in the Bahamian environment. I talked about Atlantis and Bahama. These are, and I talked about direct foreign investment. So we talked about the whole question of direct foreign investment. I corrected the issue on my feet. I thought about the 80% during the early days of Atlantis. I thought I corrected that on my feet. If I didn't, I'll correct it now. But there was a time when we had a high propensity of croupiers that had declined. That, admittedly, that was in the Pinling era. So I correct that issue. And the point I was trying to make is we start off with these high quantities of non-Bahamians and we slide it down. That's the point. That's the point I'm making. I did not, so I've corrected that issue. Yeah, Michana was there, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we've corrected that issue to make sure there's no dispute about that. But I also raised that in connection with the Bahama issue, which at the present moment, Bahama are getting an inordinately high number of work permits because of the setup phase. And that's what I was really trying to, so if I misled or misspoke, I apologize, I'm trying to correct that. So when a development like a Bahama comes in, the sous chef and the front desk and this thing and the director of security and a bunch of, we have a high number of work permits that come in, and then gradually Bahamians are trained to take that permit. That's where we talk about the transfer of knowledge, the training of Bahamians, so that we have that direct transfer of information. The member for Central Grand Bahama talked about the whole question about the early days in Grand Bahama where all these companies and people were being trained. You look at the shipyard in Grand Bahama, we bring in a tremendous amount of non-Bahamian labor. When one of those cruise ships comes in and they have to turn it around in days because of millions of dollars of revenue being lost, those cruise ships are the hotel for a number of workers that come in to do all sorts of things, sandblast, lay carpet, fittings, and the shipyard has a training program, a very good training program to try and train Bahamians to work in, well, it's not council, anyway. So for a serious foreign investor and a good corporate citizen, they're going to be training the Bahamians to take the position of a number of issues. I would take issue with the whole question of a threshold that Central Exuma suggested of $1 million under the, we debated this issue, because a lot of industries today work on these little things, rent office space, rent equipment, rent telephone lines, and and we debated this when we did the commercial enterprise to make sure we could attract businesses with that threshold, which we thought was fair, so that they could come in and also start their businesses, and we would not preclude them from that issue. The member for St. Cat Island made mention of the number of enterprises. I think that's a good point. We'll try and get you those. We'll try and get you those issues. And I think Exuma mentioned one that came in and may not have been in business or may have fired a number of people. But I know for a fact that one afternoon, one company that I assisted moving here paid a real property a check to immigration for $750,000 for the work permits, moved a number of people up here, and have actually hired cars, rented property, and are in the process of engaging Bahamians. So I think that's a debate for another day, and I think we need to discuss it. This whole issue, I'm not going to buy in or take offense or whatever version of this issue of Black Friday and the Bahamian dream and everything else, like Black Tuesday and Burma Road and all that. There was the member for Engleton so passionately raises on a number of cases because, you know, you guys will attack me for that because of my heritage. But I think we also have to look at the progression of history in the Bahamas and the development of our country. The world has changed since 1967. A lot has changed, and if we want to stand here and say only Bahamians can have that job, we are going to restrict the economy, in my opinion. Now, one of the things we do have to look at is, yes, I agree, it's got to be easier for Bahamians to get access to capital. I think South Andrews made a very good point. Some people go in there, his cousin or whatever, can't get a loan put down. Now that has to be looked at, and that's been a product of the 2000 change of monetary legislation, the know your customer, and that has to change. We have to find a way for Bahamians to get capital to go into business. Total agreement with that. Just to open up, but we're working on that. No, in fairness to this Governor of Central Bank, he's working on that. That message hasn't come down in some cases to the Joe public. But that's an issue we're making progress on. You want to do that? You want to do that, or you want? Oh, is it 7 yet? Yeah. Okay.
Chair recognizes the honourable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the following resolution that the business of this House to continue beyond 7 p.m. today, Wednesday, April 24th, 2019.
Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do extend beyond 7 p.m. this evening. As many as are in favour will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The business of this House will continue beyond 7 p.m. this evening.
Mr. Speaker, an issue that was raised by a member opposite, that no foreigner should get a work permit when a Bahamian is available. That is still a fundamental principle of the immigration law today. Now, an issue was raised about overstaying. I'll just do these quickly so I can do them in close. One of the biggest challenges I do have at the Immigration Department is persons overstaying. They come to visit their Bahamian friend, go up to immigration, get an extension, and fail to leave. And our Bahamian friend is facilitating that person staying. They then go find job, or husband, or wife, and they may already be married. So when we talk about overstaying, this is a discussion we have to have. Bahamians are facilitating this issue. When you talk about work permits for people where the Bahamians are qualified, we try at immigration to make sure people have a notice of vacancy from the Department of Labor. Now, South Andrews talked about some people on the south side, on the left-hand side of Bay Street. I'll use a couple examples. Gemologists. It probably annoys a number of people. Comes right in our face. Who owns those companies? Bahamians. And Bahamians apply to a Department of Labor for a gemologist, and Department of Labor certifies it because there are no Bahamian gemologists. I question what a gemologist is doing. That's a different issue. But they're hanging out on Bay Street saying, you want a necklace? You want a watch? You want skincare? Have I named them all yet? Perfume?
Gemologist.
So one of those, and he'll tell you if you see him, I called him in and said, why do you need these permits? He said, there are no Bahamians. I said, then you've got to hire some Bahamians and start training. He said, okay, boss. And we got 4 or 5 Bahamians hired. And so gemologist is on my radar screen. If I do a price vote, gemologists are on my radar screen. But the point I'm making is, in 6 months, this year, since September of last year to whenever 6 months expired, the Department of Immigration has dealt with 10,370 applications for work permits. 6,752 were issued, 2,189 are waiting for the payment of fees, so that's 8-odd thousand, and 571 are pending issues. That's in 6 months, we have 10,000 applicants for work permits in this country. Wow. This is a real issue. That's why we say we got to discuss it.
Training issue.
And the majority of those permits are for the low end.
You got a training problem.
Gardeners, housekeepers, live-in maids, caregivers, the $2,000 category. So we talk about work permits. That's where the bulk of the work permits are going. And they say, and we talk about Bahamians not being qualified. We're qualified to work in a hotel, but we're not qualified to work in my house. I have a Bahamian housekeeper.
Your hair ain't straight enough.
I hear people tell me, boss, I need the fella because the Bahamian is, so give me a work permit. Sorry. That annoys the out of me. We can't, exactly, someone just over the other said, I know, I caught myself. So Bahamians are hiring persons from other parts of the globe to work in their houses because Bahamians don't want to be. Now, I accept that Bahamians don't want to be live-in persons. I accept that. They have a house. They have a house. I raised the issue of RCCL at Cocoa Key because in a lot of cases, Bahamians don't want to move from Nassau maybe to Stirrup Key because there's no Kentucky Fried Chicken. Whatever the reason. I mean, I'll just make, you know, for the lateness of the hour. So we have a systemic problem in our country with regard to work permits. But we also have 6,000 or 4,000, whatever the number are coming out of school this year, we have to provide growth for to keep unemployment down. So unemployment is running what, 12%? So it was 14% when we took over, so we reduced it. So I don't know, there's an issue there. So we have to balance this issue of growth. And I do not accept that by giving a H-1B visa to professionals to come in to grow industries that are not here, to be giving away our country. Yes, we have to provide more opportunities for Bahamians to own the economy. I totally agree. But if there is a Bahamian that wants to come forward and start a tech company, they get a work permit, or a nano industry, they get a work permit, just like anyone else. When we broke for lunch, just from out of interest for Grand Bahama, I did Grand Bahama agendas for people who had applied for work permits on the 8th, 11th, and 12th of April. They're either approved or dealt with. And if you say to me 14 days is too long, I got a problem with that because 7 days is too long in my opinion.
Exactly.
Because we cannot hold up businesses waiting for years for work permits. It should come in, you have your paperwork, you have your notice of vacancy, everything else, and labor has said there's no Bahamian, bingo, bam, go to the bank. You see, that's not giving up our, it's not giving up our, no it isn't. And you know, and I'm hearing from the other side, I'm hearing from the other side it's a new day. We have people here who have, and this is one issue that has been picked up by the newspapers which have come out for debate, which is coming up for debate, who have been on work permits for 30-odd years. That shouldn't happen either. We should be able to train Bahamians in 30-odd years. We have people who came here to build Atlantis Hotel Still here in the concrete business.
In the air conditioning?
In the air conditioning, HVAC. We still have that. So in other words, at the tail end of giving the work permits, we have to find a way to curtail the length of time of work permits so Bahamians can be trained in that area. So we have both. That's why BTBI is strengthening its area and giving scholarships free. So we can, no, but we're talking about the immigration, and your people raised the issue, no foreigner should get a work permit when a Bahamian is available. And I'm answering in my conclusion. No. Engelston said that. You said that.
Chair recognizes the honourable member for Angleston.
Speaker, I quoted the Minister of Labor, who indicated that that was the policy of the Minister administration, and it was a directive from the Minister. But I agree with him.
So I put words into your mouth that I think you would have agreed with. So, and she agrees. No harm, yeah. But I think we both agree. Post 67 and pre 67, we both agree that no work foreigner should get a work permit in the Bahamas where there is a Bahamian available for that. I think this whole House agrees with that. So when you have no industry here and you're trying to create an industry here, there are probably no Bahamians available for that post. Or we have to find a way to bring our Bahamians, like I mentioned my daughter, we have to find a way to bring them back because the industry is not here for them. And that is what the H-1 visa tries to do. Now, the member for Cat Island raised the issue about a work permit and a visa. That's a very good issue. We are still discussing the whole question. One of the reasons for the visa issue, as opposed to the permit issue, is it's a known entity out there. So those 13,000 U.S. lawyers can know exactly what it is. It specializes it. It makes it known as a tech visa. Your issue with us lawyers talking about the issue of permit and will have to be ironed out as we go on, but the act does allow us to have nomenclature of this like in the Principal Act. So therefore in the Principal Act we can deem it a visa as a work permit, and in interpretation it's done the same way. Yeah, we've defined it by incorporating it in through this act. The procedure is application by prescribed form, which is the prescribed immigration form in the normal course of events. And so the whole question of are we using work permits as an incentive for investment? This country has been doing that for years. Direct foreign investment, nearly in their time, in my time before, in my time now, most heads of agreements you have in it, or when it comes to NEC or investment board, have in it a clause, either the number or a percentage or a wording to some effect that says the investor will be able, a concession, incentive, we could argue the words all night. It's one of the factors that goes into causing a foreigner to invest in this country where he does not necessarily have to. So a concession is a way of encouraging a person to come across the bar and invest in our country. So, you know, you can talk whatever you want to talk. It causes the end result that out of that comes a person. The Trusted Traveler program that we talked about, the second half of the act, I think one of the issues someone raised is why deal with the immigration officer. The reason that it's done now is being enacted is because the policy and discretion of an immigration officer is very broad. Matter of fact, it's almost draconian. A lot of people don't realize that, but it is very, very broad. So therefore, we tried there was no policy up until the point I came. There was some unwritten understandings, and so we tried to formalize that, and now we are legislating the policy. There still remains, and I started off by saying this morning, there still remains the overarching right of the immigration officer, where he sees abuse, to then create or deny or require, whichever words we want to, it's in the Principal Act. It will require I can't remember off the top of my head, but the immigration officer has an overarching right to deny you right to land in this country. No, anybody. So therefore he has that overriding right to even if he has the work permit or he doesn't have the work permit. So for instance, John Pierre, sorry, a fictitious name. Hopefully I probably call some. John Doe has a work permit to work for Brent Simonet. He's found working for Fred Smith. Bad name. Frank Smith, no, another bad name. Mary Jo. He is working outside the course of his employment and can be arrested right then by the immigration officer, even though he has a work permit. So I'm answering. No, but so therefore, yeah, but using the 14-day thing, the same rules apply. So therefore, if this system seems to be abused, now, who will be abusing it in the case of a meeting for a local company? It'll be the local company. So what we're saying is they're coming in for a meeting with a local company. It's not like Cat Island said the eye doctor coming in to look at his LASIK surgery. No, because that's clearly not covered. Because it's clearly not covered. You're coming in for a meeting with a local company. If you're coming in for a to see a patient, that is clearly not covered in this. There's not the intention. If you're coming in here to see a Bahamian, a private Bahamian as a lawyer, that's not covered. You're coming in here, the idea is to help a local company with, let's say, Ernst & Young, about an international client that has tax considerations in 15 different countries, etc., etc. The idea, and I stated this morning, is not to take away from Bahamians and Bahamians. Not everything has to be in the bill. It does not have to be in the bill because there is a discretion to issue that work permit, and there is a discretion to have it. Now, if you're not happy with it on your side, that's a different issue. And that's why we have here, under the Immigration Act, powers and discretion to do it. We've had this discussion. The discussion will obviously continue outside of here today. The bill is as drafted. And with those few comments, Mr. Speaker, I move the... Oh, sorry, one last issue. We talk about the free movement of labor. I think that was an issue someone brought up overseas about people just coming in willy-nilly. This ain't no CSME that former member Fred Mitchell wanted to bring in. The FNM are on record of not kiboshing Fred Mitchell's CSME. So we joined the European Partnership Agreement. We made sure we didn't join CSME.
They support it?
When we joined I'm glad you brought it up. When we joined WTO, there is a clear, if we go down that route, there is a clear understanding. There'll be no willy-nilly Walmarts coming in here, and my people have said that numerous times, and I'll repeat it again here. There is not a, so let's try and get this fake news out of the system. This bill will not willy-nilly open the gates. The FNM are on record of CSME, EPA, of making sure, and the movements towards WTO, that we do not allow free movement of labor in this country under an FNM government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What government wanted to do that?
PLP, Fred Mitchell.
What?
Yeah.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. The Immigration Amendment Bill 2019. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act to make provision for the 1B work visa and the BH4S permit to provide for work visa exemptions and for connected matters.
For the second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I do move that the House suspends until tomorrow, Thursday, the 25th of April, 10 a.m., 2019.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do suspend until April 25th, which is tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The business of this House stands suspended until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, April the 25th, 2019.